Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then, following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. America, we were living in the East. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.
Brother Zamal Tamaray, welcome back
sir.
to the LANCESCURV show. But when you are here, I have to sit down and grab a pen and a pad and take notes. That's the least I can do for all the studying that you have done. Glad to have you here, brother. And we're going to do part 2 of Legal Tricks and Corporate Fictions. That's a heck of a title, but that explains it all. And I know you'll explain it all. And this is part 2. We did a part 1 already, everyone. And after this show is over, I'll drop the link to the part 1. And if you see it, it looks exactly the same with the same banner, except that it doesn't have part 2. So we'll cover all of those things, references and where he did his research and all of that good stuff. But I don't want to waste any time, my brother. I just want to have you come on in and drop the science like you always do. And I want to thank everybody for being here on such short notice. I really appreciate that.
Well, thanks for the introduction again, Lance. I'm glad to be here. And greetings to the family, global family.
Yes.
Just wanted to finish up what we started, because as you know, the first one, I just gauged the response from the people, and I just noticed that they needed to have an opportunity to digest that information, because it's kind of like a curveball that I threw at them. I guess insofar as it's stuff that most people have never heard before, although it's not new information, it's public domain information that's easily researchable to, for an inquiring mind. So, I just felt the need to just take a break and cover another topic and just come back, because I did the last topic, what every black person needs to know, or what black folks need to know about Islam. And so that was the last topic, which was unrelated to this topic. So I'm back to this topic, and I just wanted to finish it out and just give people further clarity. Because the last time we covered, a lot of different terminologies and whatnot. But before I even get into that, the last talk that I did on Islam, of course, is unrelated to this topic. The last talk that I did, some people seem to have gotten the misimpression that just because I point out a religion's inconsistencies and flaws and outright untruths doesn't mean that I dislike the adherents of that faith. I embrace all types of people. I embrace all of our people from all different persuasions, as long as they are about the race. That's the only criterion that I have. But at the same time, I don't waste my time with those who may be, radical, fanatical, or self-styled defenders and protectors of any given faith, especially if they're over 40. or up, because to me, they're just a waste of time. And all they want to do is typically argue about a man-made doctrine or a man-made religion that they have been duped into believing, by some religious authority figure with quote-unquote credentials. We have many folks, of course, with credentials. I myself have credentials, but it doesn't mean that a person with credentials has common sense. We have many Negro preachers, as we mentioned many times. They have credentials, but they don't have any common sense. We have many Muslim leaders and Muslim imams in our race with credentials, but they don't have any common sense, many of them. And look at all the Negro Boule type individuals, or Boule-esque type of Negroes with credentials, and juxtapose those credentials to the state of our community. So it's people like that who lack the wherewithal to apply logic and reason, people that are religio zealots, that want to, those are the types of people, I can love them from a distance, but I really would prefer a zero association with any people like that, because they're not mentally stable. And when I was in religion, I wasn't mentally stable. So that's not an insult, that's just a fact. And many people in that state, they're highly unpredictable and often violent. Now, when I was caught up in religion many years ago, I was not a violent type of individual. I've always been the type of individual that's been open-minded and just open to new information and new ideas. But some people are not that way. They lack the level of maturity to, and maybe they have to get that on the next go round. But like if I hurt somebody's feelings, or if I beat up a silly, fictitious, all-powerful God, then why doesn't he should be big and strong enough to take care of a little bitty old me? What does he need you for? To defend them, So that's what I wanted to say about that. But
beautifully said.
Just to read. What's that?
I said beautifully said, beautifully expressed.
Yeah, this is a platform for positivity. And there's many other platforms that I can get on that I refuse to get on, because I see all the infighting amongst Black people. And that just really turns me off. And I was attracted to this platform because I've never seen that here. Not that you won't have negativity. Negativity is everywhere. You can never get rid of it, but you can definitely contain it.
Yes.
But some of these other platforms seem to be devoted solely to just spreading negativity.
Yes.
And I don't want anything to do with that.
You said it, bro. Let me just say real quick, man. You are so right. This is why you have a delete and block button. When you're trying to build something beautiful, there will be those rainy days that you can't build. There will be those different elements that will stop. But like I said, I would rather have 100 strong who get down with us here than having 1 million people who are thriving on that, because at the end of the day, you're going to remember how you felt. And when you get around the negative energy, it's something that you just don't want. They may say or pop off a joke that may sound funny, but they're insulting each other to the delight of our enemy and oppressor. I'm not going to do that.
Right.
You see what I mean?
Right.
No, it's not going to happen here. If I happen to walk away but Ella G's here, she's going to help hold it down, and everybody give thanks to her. And even, Carrie Lux, segment 7, their moderators here. They all have different schedules, but bottom line is that when you come in here you can disagree intellectually.
Yeah,
when you come in here with this personal stuff and just want to throw off the whole vibe, no. This is my living room. I'm on this show more than I am in my own living room. Okay, so we're going to make sure everything's all right. But go ahead, brother. I don't want to hold up no more. Go ahead.
No. It's but yeah, I do really appreciate the platform, and I like to maintain the. It's like a sacred. It's like you're on sacred ground, even when you think about what we're trying to accomplish. So for somebody that wants to try to throw a monkey wrench in that, or that is so emotional that they or so emotionally consumed that they throw their composure to the winds, just to exercise the way they feel, their feelings. Then that's just, sometimes you just have to rein those feelings in and just be an adult and just man up. But just to recap the points we covered on the first part of Legal Tricks and Corporate Fictions, we covered a lot of nautical terminologies. I probably went over about 100 different terms related to water-based terminology, nautical terminology, words in our speech that prove that we're under the law of the seas or the law of the high seas and not under the law of the land. Some of those terms would be terms like apprenticeship, judgeship, relationship, all of which have the ending suffix ship. And then different terminologies or different words like when a stock, or phrases like when the stock market tanks, ships tank, because that's a water-based or nautical terminology. Loading docks, of course, that we have on the streets when we're driving our cars down the streets, but loading docks are only really actually something that is present in the water. Or like if you're driving down the street, you have these islands in the street that you can't cross over those islands because that's illegal. And of course, you have islands that are really in the water. And then you have the term, I think I mentioned, insolvency or solvency, or if you're insolvent and you're in business, that means you're unable to pay your debts. And you're in a state of insolvency, or you're considered to be insolvent. If you're solvent, of course, that means you are good to go and you are able to pay your debts. But of course, that relates to water because in water terminology, you have the word solvent, S-O-L-V-E-N-T. And you can think about it in terms of, solvent is basically something that's able to dissolve another substance. Like, for example, water is not a solvent, or actually oil is not, say, soluble in water. And that's another word that's related to solvent, soluble, solvent, with the S-O-L prefix, S-O-L-U-B-L-E. So oil is not soluble in water. In other words, oil does not dissolve in water. So I think I've made the point that I tried to make, or that I endeavored to make, just to show that the words in our speech and the terminology, and there's just a profusion of words in our speech and our language that indicate that we are under the law of the seas, the high seas, and not under the law of the land, as has been commonly and mistakenly believed so to be so. So then we examine the relationship between government, big business, and the people. And we proved how the U.S. government and all of its subsidiaries, which includes the state, local governments, municipalities, all the boroughs, the townships, all those individual types of governments are actually subsidiaries and owned by the U.S. government or branches of the U.S. government. And of course, that extends down to the people, which would be their straw man, fictitious, all capital letters version of themselves, which is a fictitious entity, but nonetheless, it is a corporation. And by definition, since it is created by the government, it's actually a product of the government. So they have quantified you as a product or as a corporate, giving you corporate status without your consent, basically. And then, of course, we left off with some clarifying definitions. And we didn't finish up with those definitions. So we'll finish up with those definitions, and then we'll get to tell you guys how we got to this state of affairs, or how we got to this point in history, just to give you a historical timeline. And then, of course, we'll look at the remedy to this problem, because we do have a remedy for the problem. So I guess the first definition would be fiduciary malfeasance. Fiduciary malfeasance. And it sounds like a complicated word. It's really not. Fiduciary comes from the word fiducia. The root word fiducia means confidence. So a fiduciary is just basically relating to confidence. So a fiduciary relationship is one that involves trust. And it often relates to money or finances, but not always. It could also refer to non-financial matters, like you can have fiduciary relationship examples like an attorney-client privilege. That's a fiduciary relationship. You may also say attorney-client relationship. That means that the attorney has to maintain that relationship in the strictest of confidence. He can't divulge information about his client to third parties or to individuals. Or there could also be a doctor-patient relationship. That's a fiduciary relationship. A psychiatrist-client relationship is another example. For financial matters, if you're into finances, you have let's say, a trustee-beneficiary relationship, like a violation of a duty by a trustee, like a breach of trust. That's what that would be. Or you can have like a corporate-consumer relationship. All of those basically are fiduciary relationships, or relationships that are based on confidence or confidential information. And then, of course, the word malfeasance, malfeasance, malfeasance just refers to intentional wrongdoing by a public official. Like a public official, let's say a mayor, that ignores a law or regulation and pretty much does what he wants. That's called malfeasance. So we have the word fiduciary malfeasance. That's basically when a public official ignores a law or regulation and violates the confidence, maybe of his the people that he's supposed to serve as a public servant. There's also another word. They call it misfeasance. Just so you don't get confused, another word is called misfeasance. Malfeasance is spelled M-A-L, prefix. Misfeasance is another word that's different but related. Misfeasance is spelled M-I-S as in Sam, F-E-A-S-A-N-C-E. And that refers to unintentional wrongdoing, which is the opposite of malfeasance. Malfeasance is intentional wrongdoing by a public official. But misfeasance is something that you do that's wrongdoing, but it's not intentional. So again, fiduciary malfeasance is intentional wrongdoing by a public official or officials that violate the public trust. That's one of the crimes that's been committed against we the people in these United States. One of many. And then, of course, you have another term called personage. Personage. It's spelled P-E-R-S-O-N-A-G-E. And personage just basically means you're knowingly misrepresenting a living woman or man as a legal fiction, like a corporation, trust, foundation, etc., which is what I explained to you guys the last time. Like, let's say I mischaracterize LANCESCURV. LANCESCURV spells his name capital L, lowercase A-N-C-E. Last name capital S, lowercase C-U-R-V. But let's say that someone wants to decide to spell his name and send him a letter in the mail, say the city of Florida. They send him a letter in the mail and they mischaracterize him as LANCESCURV, same name, but they spell his name in all capital letters. Now that's a corporation. That's not the same LANCESCURV. That's not flesh and blood. That's a corporate entity. It has nothing to do with LANCESCURV. And then the last talk, or the first talk, I explained exactly how they're committing fraud against you by using that quote unquote straw man, which is what it is. It's called a straw man. So, but the crime of personage is basically the act of assuming the character of another person. Just to give you an example of what personage is, some other examples. Let's say you take LANCESCURV's name, LANCESCURV, and you spell it in all lowercase letters. And then in between Lance and Scurv, you have a dash, and then you have a colon, and then you have, let's say, another name, maybe his middle name, Lance. Let's say Lance's middle name is Junior, Lance Junior Scurv. So you have Lance dash Junior, all lowercase letters, and then you have colon, and then you have Scurv, all lowercase letters. That would be basically an American, a flesh and blood person. That's how they used to spell their names back in the day in America. But let's say you take LANCESCURV's name and you spell it capital S, or capital, all capitals for the Lance, all capitals for the Scurv, and that would be a foreign offshore trust. So he's not the same as a person now. Or if you take that same name and just make it LANCESCURV, capital L, lowercase A-N-C-E, and then capital S, lowercase A-N-C-E, now you have a trust that's involved in commercial shipping. Or if you take that same name, let's say Lance Junior Scurv, Lance uppercase L, lowercase A-N-C-E, J, lowercase J, and then Scurv, uppercase S, lowercase C-U-R-V. Now that's a public foundation. So it makes a huge difference. The way a name is spelled, it makes a huge difference in contractual matters. Even if you change so much as one word in a contract, they can change the entire contract. But they're not telling you this because it's used for fraudulent purposes. So there's if you take that same name, LANCESCURV, and you just put L period, capital L period, and then all capital SCURV. Now you have a slave owned by a corporation. So there's many different variations to that, but that just gives you an example of the crime that they call personage. So there's dozens of different potential meanings that can be arbitrarily assigned to anyone's name and used to quote unquote represent or represent. That's why they use that term, represent. They're representing you. So in the verbal conversation, we can talk all day about someone or something named LANCESCURV, and which LANCESCURV or what kind of LANCESCURV will never be known. So, and that's what the lawyers, the bankers, and the politicians have used to enslave the people of the United States. So it's a crime known as personage. It's a crime known as personage. So that's what I wanted to say about that. So that's one crime that you know about. And you have some examples. Now, there's another crime. That crime is known as barratry. It's spelled B-R-R-A-T-R-Y. The crime is known as the crime of barratry. It's B-A-R-R-A-T-R-Y. And you probably never heard that because they never wanted you to really know about that. This is the crime of bringing false claims into a court. And just to give you an example of how that works, the crime of personage goes hand in hand with the crime of barratry, because barratry is the crime of knowingly bringing false claims into court. So what happens every day across America when charges are brought against the estates of dead men who are standing in front of the judge and the jury? That's a crime called barratry, and that happens every single day. So it's very similar to semantic deception. I mean, I really don't see the difference between personage and semantic deception, but that's what we're dealing with. Now, there's another definition or another crime that's being committed against people called the crime of inland piracy. It's spelled I-N-L-A-N-D. Next word, piracy. P-I-R-A-C-Y. How we sounded, Lance? I'm assuming I'm coming through loud and clear. I'm assuming that I'm coming through loud and clear. Okay, the crime of inland piracy.
Everything's good, brother. Everything's good.
Good. Good. It's like I'm talking to myself. The crime of inland piracy is basically a crime that deals with the jurisdiction of the sea. Because when you hear the word jurisdiction just refers to sphere of influence or authority. Like, let's say you're in New York, and you commit a crime in New York, and then you're leaving Manhattan and you're going into Staten Island. Well, the Staten Island police have a different jurisdiction than the police in Long Island, and they may not be able to pursue you, just to give you an example. So jurisdiction just means area of authority, if you want to look at it that way. So inland piracy was a crime committed by the British monarchs. This control included control over creatures of the sea, merchants, sailors, mariners, ships and vessels. And the vessels, of course, can be human or non-human, as we talked about in the first part. So when the law of the sea is fraudulently applied to the land, that's a crime called inland piracy. Inland piracy. And I probably should give you an example of how that works. Let's see. Well, a good example is the fact that we live in America. We're under supposedly common law, but they're applying the law of the sea to us, and we're thinking we're under the law of the land. So that's the crime of inland piracy. Another crime. Other crimes will be crimes like contractual entrapment, reverse trust fraud. Reverse trust fraud would just be, it's a common crime today in the 21st century. It was really a crime in the 19th century that still occurs today when a person poses as a trustee. And I explained what a trustee was back in the prior, the initial, or the first part one. The trustee, when a person poses as a trustee to an estate and they cheat, or they attempt to cheat the beneficiary out of their assets, and they lay claim to them, acting either alone or in collusion with others, that is the crime known as reverse trust fraud. So the fact that we have what we call a straw man, which is our fictitious, all capital letters, corporatized entity, which we think is ourselves, and it's actually something else, which is really a dead corporate entity, a non-existing, non-flesh and blood corporate entity that they use to impersonate us. That's the crime known as reverse trust fraud, because they are milking that estate for all that it's worth, because that estate contains millions of dollars. You may not understand that now, but if you listen to part one, you will, and you will understand that later by the time I finish. So, but now that is a common crime today in the 21st century. It's practiced by corporations, although in the 19th century it was commonly done by British butlers. They would actually cheat their lords out of their property if they would leave or depart and take a trip. By the time they will come back, all of their property would be stolen by the butler. So it's a very common crime back in those days. There's another crime that's very relevant. It's called the crime of press ganging. Press ganging. PRESS-GANGING. Press ganging. And what this crime is that started back with the British too, but it's actually going on right now. But the crime is basically, I want to just read something to you. It's the act of forced conscription into the British Navy. So most commonly, it happened in the 19th century as a means of crewing warships. If they needed to have men to crew a warship and they were shorthanded, they would go and just basically grab or force individuals into the British Navy. They used to call it also another word. They called it impressment. 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 They would force people into service on behalf of the British or the Royal Navy, and it was royally sanctioned. It was a royally sanctioned activity that started with King Edward in England, and since most people were reluctant to join the Navy due to low pay and the requirement of lifetime service, there were groups of what they call press gangs. And these guys would go around the pubs on the coast of Britain, and they would kidnap men and force them into a lifetime of service. And anybody found in possession of what they call the King's Shilling, which was a coin, they were thought to be a loyal subject and thus a candidate for the Royal Navy. Just like if they think that if they assume that you are a member of the corporate United States and you are their property if you have a Social Security card, for example, which is their property, just as the British shilling, which is their currency, would be property of the British government of that time. So these press gangs, they would travel into various pubs and they would drop shillings into the beer mugs of the hapless victims. So if they saw somebody, they had a beer mug, they might go to that beer mug and just drop one of the King's shilling into that beer mug, basically laying a claim on that person so that they can grab them, steal them, and kidnap them and force them into service. So when the victim got to the bottom of the beer, they would find the King's shilling, and the press gang would be waiting for them outside to drag them off. That's how they rolled back in those days. And the fancier pubs, they invented the glass bottom beer mug so that their patrons could see if there was a King's shilling on the bottom and refuse the drink. And if you guys remember from history, one of the factors that led up to the War of 1812, as they tell us, the press gangs would land on the coast of America, and then they would, quote unquote, accidentally press gang American citizens into Navy service. So over 6,000 American men, according to their history, were kidnapped in this manner in the early 1800s. So that's what press ganging is. And press ganging occurred then, and press ganging is occurring now, because press ganging occurs when you force those from the air and land jurisdictions, which we would be from the land jurisdiction because we're human flesh and blood. When you force us people who are in a land jurisdiction onto the sea jurisdiction or a maritime jurisdiction, which is the law of the sea, then that's called press ganging. So it happens in the literal sense back in the time of the War of 1812 with Great Britain, and it actually happens today in the non-literal sense in the 21st century. So that's basically what that is. Another definition: conflict of interest. Pretty straightforward. A conflict of interest occurs when a company or a person has a vested interest and clashes with their professional duties, or that a vested interest that clashes with their professional duties or responsibilities. For example, a government that supposedly represents the people, but is a corporate business, which is a profit-seeking entity by definition, and not designed to work in the public interest. That's a conflict of interest. You're a government, posing as a public service organization, posing to employ public servants, but you're actually working to maximize profit because you have a corporate status. That's a conflict of interest. And then there's another term: monopoly inducement. Monopoly inducement. If anybody's ever played Monopoly, the game, the word monopoly is spelled the same way, monopoly. And then inducement means to get somebody to do something. Induce, you like if you induce someone to jump in a car or to go to the store with you. Monopoly inducement, spelled INDUCEMENT. And as I overstand the definition of the word or the phrase monopoly inducement, example of that could be something like being forced to use worthless currency, i.e. Federal Reserve notes, which is really debt and not real money. Being forced to use that to pay all your debts and become a debtor versus a creditor, when you would want to use lawful money, which is silver and gold, solely. But you're forced to use Federal Reserve notes because people only take Federal Reserve notes. Or let's say forcing people to be vaccinated and nanochipped with a digital tattoo just in order to participate in commerce and live a normal life. That is an example of monopoly inducement. And there can be many, many other examples of monopoly inducement. So let's see another definition. Breach of commercial contract or breach of contract. I'm sure you've heard of breach of contract. They usually say breach of contract, but it could be, you could also say breach of commercial contract. That's when you fail to perform the duties of the contract, basically. The contract is broken, basically. Commercial contracts can be like either in writing or they can be implied. And of course, if you have a contract, you have parties to a contract. You have the person who promises to do X, Y, and Z. That would be the promisor. And then you have the promisee, the person that receives the benefits. So as promisor, for example, I would maybe say I promise to provide cloud-based services to LANCESCURV for 25 cents or whatever amount. And of course, LANCESCURV will be the promisee. And when you think about a contract, you have different parts of the contract. You have, in order to have a contract, you have to have what they call valuable consideration. That's the money that's exchanged. Generally, the money that's exchanged to make the contract, enforceable. Then you have what they call the offer. That's what you're going to do for the person that's signing the contract with you. And then, of course, the acceptance is the part which would be your agreement to the contract. And then, of course, in a contract, you're supposed to also have what they call mutual agreement or consensus or a meeting of the minds. If you don't have a meeting of the minds, you don't have a contract. If you don't have a valuable consideration, you don't have a contract. If you don't have an offer, obviously it's not a contract. And if you don't have an acceptance, it's not a contract. So you have things like fraud or duress, which means force, D-U-R-E-S-S. If you're doing things under duress, you're doing things because you're forced to do them. So fraud, duress, or misrepresentation voids a contract. So if we're under a contract and we've been misrepresented, and that contract is automatically void. When we sign a contract without receiving all of the details, we have not received what they call full disclosure. And misrepresentation and non-disclosure can be interchangeable. Misrepresentation can be something that's intentional or unintentional. You fail to tell someone something that's really important about that contract. So that could be purposeful or non-purposeful. It could be intentional or unintentional. And non-disclosure is when you don't tell someone about something in that contract that they should know. So failure to disclose or failure to make something known can be intentional or unintentional too. So misrepresentation and non-disclosure are used interchangeably. And let's see what else. Another definition could be when you sign those contracts. Let's say you get a driver's license and you sign it. You notice how you always sign it. If you're signing something, isn't that a contract? But what they didn't tell you is that that's what they call a unilateral contract or a one-way contract. One person is obligated to perform in a contract like that. And then you have the other definition. You have the concept of what they call unlawful conversion. Unlawful conversion. That's when a person unlawfully obtains possession of another person's personal funds or their personal property, and they convert that property into funds for their own use without that person's permission. So let me give you some more examples of how that works. Let's see here. Conversion.
I'll let you know you're loud and clear, brother. Loud and clear.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay. Examples of unlawful conversion. I'm going to give you guys some examples. Unlawful conversion. Let's say someone converts your trade name and redefines them as a trust, like I mentioned earlier when I first started, and I was given different variations of your name. If I take your name and I redefine it as a offshore trust based on how I spell it, that's an example of unlawful conversion. If I take people used to own what they call land patents. If they take those land patents and they convert those to titles that they benefit from, then that's another example of unlawful conversion. If someone takes your private property, let's say let's say those funds that are in your straw man, and they convert that to assets that they can use for public use, then that's unlawful conversion. If the criminal United States takes the word states, or they take the word states and they convert them into corporations, then that's unlawful conversion. If they take American common law and they convert it to English common law, that's another example of unlawful conversion. So those are just different examples of unlawful conversion. And then, of course, we talked about, I think we mentioned semantic deception, right? Semantic deception deals with the meanings of words and sentences. The meanings of words and sentences. For example, spelling LANCESCURV, uppercase L, lowercase ANCE, uppercase S, lowercase CURV as LANCESCURV, all uppercase letters. That's a form of semantic deception because I'm using two different entities. Those are two completely different entities. If I say the United States of America and I spell United States of America with a capital U, and then NITED is lowercase, and then I spell state, uppercase S, and then TATE is all lowercase, and then if I spelled of, lowercase, OF, and then America, uppercase A, lowercase MERICA, versus the United States of America in all capital letters, where the UNITED and the STATES and the OF and the America are in all capital letters, that is a form of semantic deception. Those are all forms of semantic deception. If I say that the U.S. Army is really a government agency when it's really a private corporation, that is a form of semantic deception. If I say that the CDC is a government agency when it's really a private corporation masquerading as a government agency that owns vaccines and pharmaceutical patents, then that's another form of semantic deception. If I say that the Department of Defense, which is a corporation that's pretending to be a government defense department, That's also semantic deception. It's just trickery with words. They call it semantic deception. And then you have the term conspiracy to defraud, which is basically conspiracy to steal. You know, basically that's what that is. Breach of trust, I think we covered that. That's when you violate a duty. When your trustee is violating their fiduciary duties in a contract. Like, let's say Carrie Lux is my appointed trustee. I'm the beneficiary, and Lance is also the trustor. And let's say Carrie Lux violates her duties, then that's called a breach of trust. And then, of course, you have the crime of identity theft. Now, we all have this crime committed against us daily, because whenever we go to get our mail and we pick our mail up and we look at the name on the mail, it has your name, or what looks like your name, but it's in all capital letters. So identity theft is when they steal someone's personal or financial information to assume that that person's name or identity to make purchases or transactions. And then fraud is one that's self-explanatory. That makes sense. Mail fraud is the one that I was really referring to. Mail fraud is, everybody knows what mail fraud is. That's a scheme or a fraudulent activity that's carried out with the use of the United States mail. Or you could say it's like a form of trickery or deceit or a scam perpetrated through the postal or the private mail carrier service. So basically any type of fraudulent scheme with the intent of depriving another person of his or her property or honest services is a form of mail fraud. So like I mentioned, sending mail to you addressed in your name, but spelled as an all capital straw man. That's a form of mail fraud. And then conspiracy to defraud. Conspiracy if you guys watch legal shows or have watched legal shows or have a legal background or know a little bit about the law or have heard this term, it's pretty self-explanatory. Conspiracy to defraud someone just means when two or more people plan to do something dishonest to deprive another person of something that belongs to that person. It refers not to the act of doing it, but to the agreement to do it. So let's say me and Carrie Lux, we scheme on stealing everything that Lance ever worked for all of his life. But we never actually get a chance to pull out the crime. That is called conspiracy to defraud. We don't necessarily have to commit the crime, but we actually plan to do it. So basically, I'm done with the definitions, I guess. I think you guys have a pretty good handle. So now we know that crimes are committed, and we also know that we're under maritime law. We know that we're under the law of the seas, and we know that we're not under the law of the land. So we're also clear on the secret relationship between government, big business, and the people. We know that they have turned the people or converted the people without their knowledge into corporations, giving us corporate status and using our straw man to exploit and rob and defraud us of our funds in our estate, which have been assigned to all of us. So now we need to find out how we got to this point in the first place. How did all this happen? And of course, this is a subject that is so extensive that you could study this for years. But of course, we don't have that type of time, so I just condensed everything to give you an idea of how all this started in the first place. I guess I'll start with the concept of what they call a global estate trust. A global estate trust is like one large trust, and of course, if from part one you know that a trust is just is a contractual, it's an entity, it's a legal entity. It's really a theoretical concept. It doesn't really exist in the real world, because in the fictional world of legality, you deal with that's really the realm of paperwork, contracts, and just legalities. It's not really it's a fictional world. So this concept of the global estate trust was created in 1302 by the warped brain of the Roman Catholic Church hierarchy. So they decided this was their line of thinking. They were saying, okay, God created Adam. Adam had his successors, his sons, his daughters, and his sons and daughters ultimately had us. And so in 1302, they decided that the air, the land, and the sea, well, that they had authority over the land, sea, and the air. So they had authority over the land jurisdiction, authority over the sea jurisdiction, and authority over the air jurisdiction. Of course, if you have authority over the air, in their mind, that means that they control all the angels, demons, all the living, and all the dead. This is how they think. This was their rationale for saying that, you know, they have this type of control. They asserted, they arrogated those powers to themselves when they really don't have the authority to do that. So in 1666, a very interesting thing happened. There was something called the SCURV, and I'll spell it. It's called CESTUI. The next word QUE. Next word VIE. The SCURV, that's a Latin word, and it just refers to a certain type of trust. And this basically deals with how the butlers back in Great Britain used to steal from the people that they worked for. So let me grab something real quick, give you guys an idea of how this worked. This is from, and I'll give you guys a bibliography list at the end where you can refer to this. It's from a book called Disclosure 101. I think I mentioned that before. Okay. The SCURV was really an act. It was an act that occurred in Great Britain. The SCURV Act of 1666. What this did was set forth the nature and construction of what they call a trust in England to allow the state to manage property belonging to unknown survivors of the Black Death and the Fire of London. So basically, when these people had in England back in 1666, that was a law that they created that allowed them to manage the affairs, the financial affairs of people who were like unknown survivors of the Black Death and unknown survivors of the Fire of London, because they had a fire in London, and then they also had that thing called the Black Death. So what happened, this is how it worked. This is exactly how it worked. Okay. I'll start from the top on page 128. It says here, the birth certificate documents are all securitized and monetized, bonded. In fact, and issued on bond paper and traded on exchanges in the name of Puerto Rican estate trusts as a result of probate proceedings and are clearly signed by registrars. These estates are all Roman inferior trusts. When I say Roman inferior trust, it just means that they're a trust that's junior to the big grand global trust that I mentioned. So it's not senior, but it's junior to the great global trust that I mentioned that the Catholic Church concocted. So what does this mean? John Quincy Adams, spelled in all capital letters, is an estate whose actual beneficiary is presumed dead. So if your name is spelled LANCESCURV in all capital letters, that is actually an estate. And the trust has a beneficiary that is presumed to be dead. So the real LANCESCURV, flesh and blood, is not even presumed to be alive. And it says here, you, the living man or woman born as an American on the land of one of the organic American states, are the missing, quote unquote, missing beneficiary, though you must hack through layers of fraud to establish the fact and kick the butt out of the American Bar Association all the way to Puerto Rico. You, the living man or woman, are in precisely the same situation as Robinson Crusoe. For those of you who know about Robinson Crusoe, the book, Crusoe, C-R-U-S-O-E. You, the living man or woman, are in precisely the same situation as Robinson Crusoe, returning home after being away for 20 years. Robinson's estate has been seized by the courts, probated or plundered, rolled over into a Roman inferior estate trust, also known as a SCURV trust, and handed over to his butler. So all of the assets of Robinson Crusoe were handed over to his butler. They were plundered and given to his butler by the state. The butler has had a wild time, charged up Robinson's credit cards, mortgaged his estate, invested and spent his money, drunk up the wine cellar, and caused the Crusoe name to fall into disrepute. Now, at long last, Robinson has returned and presented irrefutable proof of his identity and his status as a living man, owed the return of his property free and clear of all the debts and encumbrances placed upon it as a result of misadministration, fraud, and fiduciary malfeasance on the part of his former butler. In addition, in this case, Robinson is owed reparations from the court for failure to immediately return his property to his control and void all claims established since the improper probate of his estate, and also from the corporation administering the government for failure to impose oversight on the probate court, which colluded with the butler and gave the estate assets to the butler instead of to the rightful heirs. It says here, this is where you are now if you are an American born on the land of one of the organic states of the Union, and it is all the result of breach of trust, gross fiduciary malfeasance, unlawful conversion, semantic deceit, and non-disclosure. And that's why I defined those words earlier. And other criminal activities undertaken by two foreign corporations merely hired under commercial contract to protect you and your assets and to provide 19 enumerated governmental services. It has been further exacerbated, or made worse, it has been further exacerbated by ignorant and corrupt state legislators who have colluded with the erring federal government officials. The Federal Reserve, operating as a quote-unquote new corporation, formed under the auspices of the United Nations, which is a separate international city-state, is pretending that it owns you as a slave and owns your estate assets too. It is pretending that it, not we, have controlling interest in our estate assets. And even though its claims are clearly rebutted and disproven as a self-serving fiction, it is continuing to prosecute marine salvage liens under special admiralty rules created by these perpetrators to expedite this fraud against Americans. This unlawful prosecution is continuing even though we have presented these certificates issued by the probate court to form our quote-unquote estates under the false presumption of our death. They're actually presuming that you're dead. That's why I mentioned they converted you to a corporation. A corporation, by definition, is not conscious. It's dead. It's deceased, because corporation is related to the word corpse. So it says here, under the false presumption of our death, and by presenting these to the court and properly identifying ourselves, we have in fact redeemed our estates and placed them back in the original or their original jurisdiction and under our private control. So that's what I wanted to read here. So basically they presumed that because you're unconscious of what's really going on and the legal shenanigans that they're carrying on, they presume that you are literally, quote unquote, lost at sea, or they have the quote unquote presumption of your death, and that gives them the legal rationale to loot your estate. That's what's going on. So how did all this happen? In 1754, Ben Franklin formed a private entity, a privately owned entity called the United States. Not the country of the United States, but it was a privately owned entity called the United States. It was a corporation that was later bankrupted by Abraham Lincoln. So that was in 1754. Now, in 1774 to roughly 1789, you had what they call the two Continental Congresses. And from you guys that studied in school, you probably remember hearing about the Continental Congresses. You remember that, Lance? You had a first Continental Congress, then you had a second Continental Congress, and then, of course, you had the Revolutionary War in 1776. And then what they did in 1777, they drafted what they called the Articles of Confederation. Now, that was the Constitution of that day. So if you're familiar with the Constitution, the Articles of Confederation in 1777 that was drafted, that was the Constitution of that day. The Articles of Confederation was ratified in 1781, and the Articles of Confederation functioned until 1788. So what you need to know about that period is a man named John Hanson. Now, some people may know about John Hanson, but let me grab a little bit of information on him. Because if you're a youth and you're in school and you never heard about this person, or even an older person that wants to pass this on to the youth, it'd be nice for them to know about their history, because John Hanson is a man that they should know about. Okay, see here, just read a couple things about John Hanson and his relationship to George Washington. He is described as one of, nope, that's not it. Let's see, John Hanson. Let's see. George Washington wasn't a very good speaker. In fact, he never gave his farewell address and printed his 6,000 word speech in a Philadelphia newspaper, September 19, 1796, for people to read. 1757, Washington was for the House of Burgesses in Virginia. He had his campaign manager serve up 26 gallons of rum, 50 gallons of rum punch, 34 gallons of wine, 46 gallons of beer, and 2 gallons of cider royale, with each voter averaging a quart and a half. And this book is from a book called 14 Presidents Before Washington. Okay, here it is. The real identity of the President of the United States. George Washington was not the first President of the United States. He was the 9th. The first real President of the United States was John Hanson, who understood the importance of the war and was concerned. He served as President from 1781 to 1782. In fact, he sent 800 pounds of sterling silver by his brother Samuel Hanson to George Washington to provide the troops with shoes. John Hanson realized that the war was more than a movement from up under the power of the mother country, England. It was a mission to obtain freedom from being up under total control of another country. Many people have not even heard of the name John Hanson, let alone know that he was the first president, and even less aware of the fact that he was a Moor. Of course, when we say Moor, we're talking about a black Moor. Those were the people that controlled Spain, that ran Europe for like 700 years, from the 700s to roughly 1492, when they were had wars with the Europeans, the Black Moors. John Hanson was the first president of the United States of America before George Washington. John Hanson was president of the Continental Congress under the Articles of Confederation. I know a lot of people know about John Hanson, but I know that a lot of younger people, like in their 20s, they don't know anything about John Hanson. So there was a president that was a president before George Washington. His name was John Hanson. And let's see here. John Hanson was elected a month after the Revolutionary War had stopped. He was the one who molded the office of the presidency into what it is today. He had such an influence on Congress that he unanimously won the seat of president, the seat of president, and no one would run against him. Here is an official document written by Charles Tonkin congratulating John Hanson and his new position. Okay, the Continental Congress was the original name of the U.S. Congress. So instead of being called the U.S. Congress, it was called the Continental Congress. There were actually 2 Congresses. And let's see here. They tried so hard to cover the true Moorish identity of John Hanson because of his great accomplishments as a leader. Since Euro-Americans have their roots in England, it must be very hard for them to accept the fact that the true father and founder of the United States of America was a Moor. This is just further proof of Moors being indigenous to this country. It says here, look at your history books. You won't find a real picture of him, and the books that they do allow him, that they do show him, have a limited information, and you will rarely see a picture. Another point I would like to make is that the most common picture that you find of him has been Europeanized. They won't tell you that there are 2 pictures of John Hanson. They won't teach your children in school that some artists felt the need to redraw John Hanson's face to try to hide his true identity. They won't tell you they took away the color of his skin and turned it into 10 shades lighter. They won't tell you that they took his nose and lips and made them thinner. They won't tell you that they took his hair and straightened it. They won't tell you that they changed the color of his eyes from dark brown to blue. They teach black children, Moors, that the first president was a Euro-American, not a Moor. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say about John Hanson. You guys can do more research on him if you like. But there was actually 14 other presidents before George Washington. One of those presidents was, I don't remember all of their names. I know John Hancock was one of them. Just to give you guys some information on that. Now, let me get to something else that's more exciting than that. This is from a book called The Great American Adventure by Judge Dale. The Great American Adventure by Judge Dale. And he basically laid out the whole ball of wax with regard to the crimes of the American government against the people. This is from page 37. Let me get to page 37 real quick. Page 37. 37. Okay. This is what it says. It says George Washington, the first American president and the epitomized quote unquote father of this country, had his own plan in mind. He planned to be anointed the King of America, and after his election, George overthrew the organic constitution for the United States of America under the Articles of Confederation and reinstated the Virginia Colony Corporation, and thereafter eliminated the first constitutional civilian government on April 30th, 1789. George had a law background and relied upon the Articles of Confederation to perform his treasonous plot. And then he immediately took office 1 year before the organic constitution would have lawfully permitted him to do so. George died at the age of 67 in 1799 Virginia, and his only rightful claim to fame is treason, and that he initiated a legacy of military dictatorships called the American presidency. For few Americans understand the kind of man George Washington really was, and it is highly doubtful that George ever told the truth. George is a hero to the eyes of the corporate state and federal government politicians, but he was actually an opportunist, a liar, a tyrant, and a traitor to America. So basically, George Washington overthrew the organic constitution and replaced it with a company called the Virginia Company. I think I talked to you guys about the Olmecs before. You know, the Olmecs, if you guys go to Pinterest and you look up, type in the word OLMECS, you'll see these gigantic, multi-ton, stone carved images of the faces of black men. They're wearing an Egyptian headdress. Some of them have the ankh in their, like a ear piece in their ear that's shaped like an ankh. And they found these statues all over the Americas. If you go in, like I said, you go into Pinterest and you type in the word Olmec, you'll see color pictures, you'll see black and white pictures, you'll see pictures where Mexicans and even some Europeans are digging these tremendous multi-ton boulders out of the ground, because these boulders were images of just indicated that the people that were here first were the Olmecs. And I remember there was one time they had an exhibition at a museum, a Mexican museum that I visited, and they had a newspaper article talking about how the Olmecs, and they had a picture of the face, and they never said that, you know, whether it was a black person or not, but you can just look at the image and look at the lips and the nose and tell it's a black person. And it said in the article in the newspaper that this was an image of the people that were in the Americas or ran the Americas before the Mexicans, before the Aztecs, before the Toltecs, before the Zapotecs. They were the forerunners of all those people. And they have the nerve to admit it, but of course they never said that these were black people, but you can look at them clearly and see from the artifacts and the images and see. So I went to the Mexican Museum and I saw the image myself. And the image looks like anything but a Mexican, as they would call a Mexican today. So that just indicates to you that, you know, these so-called Moors, as they call them, or these black people were all over the Americas. And in 452 AD, the blacks that were already here, because everybody here did not come from Africa. They were people that were already here. The blacks that were here had intermingled with the Chinese that came over here in, I think it was 459 AD. They came over, they sailed over to the Americas in a Chinese junk ship, and the Chinese interbred with the Africans that were here, and they produced an Asiatic group of people, and those people became later known as, by different names, Aztecs, Zapotecs, and other different names. And eventually they became some of them became the Mexicans. And I know this also ties in with a person had a question from the last talk that I did about the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. The Treaty of Peace and Friendship actually ties in with the Moors, because the Treaty of Peace and Friendship dealt with the American, actually the Euro-Americans, or the the Euro Masons, the Masons at that time, they were having a war with the Black Moors, and the Moors were all over. They dominated Europe, and of course they were all over this country, and they basically decided to give the Europeans the 13 colonies. Those 13 colonies were given to them as a peace consolation because they were tired of fighting these people, and they were tired of their treachery. And if you go to even a list of movies, there's so many different movies that talk about this, and they tell you in so many words that blacks were running this country. Like if you go to that movie called The Wild Wild West with Will Smith, and the guy is telling Will Smith, he said something along the lines that I'm sure that a well-endowed black Moor like yourself, it must seem absolutely impossible that a freak like me could fully enjoy the pleasures of a woman, or something to that effect. And if you go to the movie Robin Hood, they cursed, the man said he cursed the Moors and the Saracens. And then when he was saying that, Morgan Freeman was standing right behind him. And then he asked Morgan Freeman, what type of name is, I think the name was Muezzin. He said, what type of a name is that? And Morgan Freeman replied, oh, it's Moorish. So these people know who you are. Russell Crowe was in a movie that dealt with that too. I don't know if it was Robin Hood or not, but they used the word Moor in a Saturday Night Live skit where the guy goes, he sees the black guy and he goes, oh my God, a black Moor. I've only seen your kind in paintings, because, the black Moors that ran Europe left their mark in places like Salamanca in Spain and Cordoba, and that beautiful architecture that they left there, and all the culture and the learning and stuff that all came from the Moors. Lawrence Fishburne was also in a movie called Othello, where he was a Moor. Just to indicate to you that the Europeans know that these people were once in power in Europe. I think another one was called The Merchant of Venice. And then there were so many other movies, like Martin Lawrence, for example, was in a movie called The Black Knight. And he almost got ran over by this guy on a horse. And so Martin runs up to the guy, and the guy, he calls the guy an idiot. And he says, the guy says to Martin, he said, you'll be well to mind your tongue, Moor. And then he pulled out a sword, and then he said, because I'll cut it out and I'll feed it to the dogs. And he kept referring to Martin as a Moor throughout that entire movie. He says, Moor, do you mock me? And it was basically like the same as, nigger. But throughout that movie, if you watch that movie Dark Knight, you'll see they kept referring to Martin Lawrence as a Moor. So they know who you are. And even in that movie called True Romance, I think it's like a gangster movie. True Romance, they were talking about how the Italians were mixed and how they went from blonde hair, blue eyes to black hair, dark skin, because they were sleeping with the Moors, and the Moors have infused them with quote unquote nigger blood. So if you watch those movies, there's plenty of information there to let you know about the Moors. Even the movie The Patriot. I don't watch these movies, but people tell me about them, so I just include this to make it relevant. Because it's all relevant. In The Patriot, Mel Gibson went to South Carolina because, of course, the black and Moors were there, and he had to get married by them because they had the power. In Robin Hood had to teach them what a pregnancy was, because they didn't even know what pregnancy was. They were not very civilized or cultured people. So Morgan Freeman in that movie was the Moor. So that kind of digressed a little bit. But when you do your research, you'll find that the Moors, they assisted. They helped the Europeans to get a start here in America. Moors like Benjamin Banneker. When you read about Benjamin Banneker, that was the genius that designed Washington, D.C. And I used to wonder why they would even work with these people if they were their enemies. But again, they signed that Treaty of Peace and Friendship, and that kind of actually dovetails. It kind of goes well with the question that a person had about the Treaty of Peace and Friendship when I did the prior talk. So, back to America. Now, the Revolutionary War, this will be pretty eye-opening for most people. The Revolutionary War was not really won by the United States. Now, there was how can I say this? They were Christian, if you're familiar with Christian Zionists buy into the notion that the Jews are the chosen people, and that they were basically created when they took this Bible and they rewrote the Bible and they wrote a Bible called the Schofield Bible. And the Schofield Bible basically created what they call a fifth column inside of the United States. And the fifth column would basically be a group of people that would allow them or look the other way while they oppress the group of people in that land that's really known as Palestine. Because they wanted to create a state of their own, and in advance of creating that state, they had to create they had to reduce the resistance of the people in America to the creation of that state. So they were proactive, and they created this version of the Bible, and they created a bunch of people that identified with their beliefs and believing that these were the chosen people. So they created a group of people called the Christian Zionists that basically say that we have to follow these folks in this land in order to be chosen by God and accepted by God. So let me just read this here from this book here called The Matrix in the U.S. Constitution. It's written also, I think it's also written by Judge Dale. The Matrix in the U.S. Constitution, page 11. Okay, page 11. And this reinforces my point that the Revolutionary War that they fought, you know how they tell us that the Revolutionary War was won by the Americans? Well, let's see if that's true. Okay. It says here, King George secretly infiltrated the colonies in their futile attempt to form a new government using spies composed of English lawyers and English aristocrats loyal to him. So basically, King George had spies over here on American soil. The spies' assignment was to infiltrate the new government, carry out the plan to defeat the colonists through debt, and establish regular reports to the king. The church also had their appointed representative in place to protect and ensure that their interest is being observed. Much of the loans received from the French went into the pockets of the Founding Fathers. The Founding Fathers eventually conceded to King George and the Holy Roman Church's demands by and through the intervention and persuasiveness of the king's spies. Ironically, the common denominator or glue that eventually bound King George, the Founding Fathers, the English lawyers, and the English aristocrats together was a secret society called the Illuminati. Even Paul Revere and Benjamin Franklin were members of the Illuminati. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Think about the colonists who have been taught to revere our public school system. All of these individuals were members of this secret society, and all were traitors. Our history books also instruct us to apotheosize the Founding Fathers, basically to make them into deities, but don't hold them in reverence, hold them in contempt. By and through their intervention, slaves you are and slaves you will ever be. An example of a man in history we have been taught to revere is Benjamin Franklin. Would it shock you to learn that he was on the king's payroll and many of his trips to England were actually to report on the colonial government to King George? Let's see. The Declaration of Independence is another story omitted from our American history books. One of the 50 men involved in the creation of the Declaration of Independence, or of the 51 men involved in the creation of the Declaration of Independence, 21 were actually traitors on the king's payroll. During the Revolutionary War, English officers were provided the names, addresses, and family members of these 30 loyalists involved in the creation and signing of the Declaration of Independence. The English soldiers had been ordered to hunt down and murder all 30 loyalists, their wives, children, and all relatives, with further instructions to burn their bodies inside their houses. The soldiers were to leave no trace of these men and their families, to wipe out their existence for an eternity. The history of civilizations has taught us that all martyrs are dangerous to men of power, and King George didn't want to leave any martyrs. It is pretty obvious who provided the detailed information about the 30 loyalists, their families, and relatives, and addresses. At first glance, it appears that Guy Madison of Virginia was so concerned about lawyers holding any position in American government that he championed the 13th Amendment, which barred lawyers from holding any public office in government. The 13th Amendment was ratified, but never made it into print in our government-controlled school books and public classrooms. The amendment was secretly removed and replaced by the 14th Amendment. And then it says here, let's see, page 3. Let me go to this other book here, give you more clarity on how the Revolutionary War was a fraud and we never really won the Revolutionary War. All right. It says right here, the charter, there was a charter that was granted. There was one charter that was signed. It says one in particular is the first charter of Virginia in 1606. The charter was something that gave Virginia the right to exist as a company. The first charter of Virginia of 1606 was signed by King James I. This is the same King James who edited the Bible that most Americans now read. This charter granted the British forefathers of America a license to colonize and settle lands while guaranteeing that the future kings and queens of England would maintain sovereign authority over all of our country's citizens. This document was strengthened by the establishment of a corporation called the Virginia Company. This company, formed by King James, acquired most of the known land in America and secured the right to 50% of all the gold and silver mined on it, as well as percentages from other profitable ventures that colonists of the time might initiate and develop. The lands owned by the Virginia Company were leased to the colonies, and all essential and future benefits from these lands were retained by the English crown. The crown's laws were derived from Roman laws, and the monarchs of England were nothing more than puppets whose strings were being pulled from deep within the Vatican. The common laws of England are basically extensions of Roman municipal laws, essentially Roman civil decrees designed to control insolvent states and keep a steady stream of tax money flowing to the emperor. With the implementation of the feudal system in England, it became clear that all of its people were now slaves of the crown. And by 1302, Pope Boniface VIII, his papal bull, called Unum Sanctum, declared that every human creature be subject to the Roman pontiff. Thus were the English-speaking subjects, i.e. slaves, governed under ancient Roman laws, which includes the laws of the sea. Our incorporated bodies are nothing more than make-believe ships sailing on the imaginary waters. Now, check this out. It says here, whether or not these archaic laws or outdated laws and their hidden connections to the English crown are still relevant is fun to ponder, especially when considering that after the Revolutionary War, King George III still received payments for his corporate business venture of colonizing America. So here we are thinking that we won America a Revolutionary War, but King George III was still receiving money or payments for his corporate business venture for colonizing America. It says here, when England lost the war, the king had to relinquish most of his control over the American colonies, but because of the 1606 Virginia Charter, he would continue to be paid under the table while publicly fighting for war reparations. So he was still getting money privately, but publicly he was fighting to receive war reparations, as if he was really financially hurt. The Crown cleverly used the 1783 Treaty of Paris, to formally recognize America's independence while plotting their next move behind the scenes. It is interesting to note that the treaty's first paragraph, and this is the Treaty of Paris, this is what the first paragraph said. In the treaty's first paragraph, the king not only refers to himself as the prince of the United States, but also as the prince of the Holy Roman Empire. And here he was, the man that supposedly lost the war, but he's being referred to in this treaty as the prince of the United States. It says here, did the American signers of this treaty, including Benjamin Franklin, John Jay, and John Adams, strengthen the granted privileges of the King of England? These three negotiators and signers of the treaty were all esquires. An esquire was a title of dignity and trust granted by the king. It also indicated that the person bearing the title was a lawyer. Benjamin Franklin, the main negotiator of the terms of the Treaty of Paris, spent most of the war traveling between the brothels, the whorehouses of England and France. His use of the title Esquire was a tacit oath of loyalty to the British Crown. So his use of the title Esquire was a tacit oath. Tacit just means implied but not expressed. It just meant that he had loyalty to the British Crown. So 2 years after the war and the bloody battles had ended, King George, his treaty would officially grant the colonies their independence. So we received the independence in name, but it wasn't really a true independence. In the treaty's fourth article, however, the United States agreed to pay back all bona fide debts to the king. These debts, plus the continued gold, silver, and copper payments due to the crown from the Virginia Company, would ensure that the grasp of the English monarchy over the American colonies was never entirely relinquished. Now, this is what I want you guys to hear this. Cornwallis was the one that supposedly surrendered his sword to Washington at the Yorktown. When Cornwallis surrendered his sword to Washington at Yorktown, he may have lost the war, but he won the battle of attrition. Too cowardly to bring the sword to Washington himself, he had a servant deliver it along with a chilling statement concerning the future of America. According to the book Legions of Satan, written in 1781, Cornwallis told Washington that, quote, a holy war will now begin in America, and when it is ended, America will be supposedly the citadel of freedom, but her millions will unknowingly be loyal subjects to the crown. In less than 200 years, the whole nation will be working for divine world government. Basically, we'll be working for the one world government. That government they believe to be divine will be the British Empire. All religion will be permeated with Judaism. Without even being noticed by the masses, and they will be all under the invisible, all-seeing eye of the grand architect of Freemasonry. The architect of this book, Jonathan Williams, was a West Point graduate and grandnephew of Benjamin Franklin, a friend of Thomas Jefferson, and was even elected to Congress before his death in 1815. His writings were extensive, and a mass volume of his library still exists. However, his book, Legions of Satan, claiming that Cornwallis prophesied the downfall of America to George Washington, has literally disappeared off the face of the earth. Sound familiar, Lance? Like they buy up these copies of these books that incriminate them.
Yep.
Take them out of circulation.
So they have to get rid of them or come out with second and third editions and leave things out.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly. Yes. So that is, if it ever existed at all. The first mention of it comes from a 1994 blog post, and even a relentless search of antiquarian bookstores have yet to reveal a verifiable copy. So even if you go to the collector's bookstore, you can't even find it. So all that the Paris Treaty of 1783 really did was to remove America as a liability of the king, who now no longer needed to financially support his Western subjects. At the same time, the king was planning, with the banking wizards of his day, to infiltrate the banking system of the newly established country. The king knew that more prolonged physical wars would do more harm than good, and with the constant and ongoing struggle for European supremacy with France, his empire was teetering on the brink of destruction. The king decided to fight a new war without America ever being aware that they were in one. This would be a banking war fought with a cunning cast of key figures placed in perfect positions to get the job done. This would be easy for the crown, given that relations with America hadn't really improved after the Revolution. The British had flooded the market with their goods and had imposed trade restrictions and tariffs that prevented Americans from exporting their goods. The British even had forts manned with soldiers in areas west of Pennsylvania that they refused to abandon, yet should have according to the Treaty of Paris. So they were still occupying America, but according to the Treaty of Paris, they were supposed to be gone. So if you still have an occupying force on your land, then you didn't really win the war. 13 years after America supposedly won the war, the British still maintained these armed forts in the country, while its navy constantly seized and kidnapped American goods and sailors, impressing these freemen as servants of the crown and its royal navy. The British naval practice of forcing men into service via impressment, which we talked about earlier, was a common one dated back to the medieval era. And that's pretty much, I guess, what I wanted to read to you guys. Just to let you know that this Revolutionary War was never really won by the American people. It was a fraud. They told you that you won the war, but you didn't, because with the Treaty of Paris, just to reiterate, the King George still owned everything. And if you go, let me see here, page 66. Back to Disclosure 101. That was the book I was reading from. It's called The Suppressed History of American Banking by Xavier Hayes. Let's see here. There was a company here called, the company was known as the United States, was organized in 1754 by Benjamin Franklin. Remember I told you guys Benjamin Franklin set up a company in 1754? The company was known as the United States. George Washington was the 11th president, and as the largest landowner in North America, referring to George Washington, Washington was an obvious choice. The foremost objective of this commercial entity, it wasn't a country, it was a commercial entity, a business, which was privately fully supported by King George III of England, was the westward expansion of colonization beyond the Appalachian Mountains, in contravention of the Treaty of the Delawares, in violation of the Treaty of the Delawares, basically, which the king had signed with the native nations just prior to the American Revolution. From this perspective, and from the subsequent settlements reached with the leaders of the revolution, it can reasonably be deduced that the entire operation was conceived, orchestrated, and carried out with the support of European powers merely interested in securing a piece of the much larger pie guaranteed by the westward expansion that was allowed via the artifice of establishing a new government. Portraits of both Washington and Franklin enshrined at the Middle Temple Enclave in the inner city of London suggest that they were in fact operatives of the crown, doing King George's dirty work, a fact evident in the Treaty of Paris, wherein the king, recognized as the, quote, Prince of the United States of America, is paid tribute in mineral resources and guaranteed a perpetual hegemony, perpetual authority, governing the commercial and international affairs of all Americans. Presidents and members of Congress still take their oath to the, quote, United States, not to the United States of America. Big difference. Howbeit, this is a different company called the same sounding name, the United States. This gives rise to confusion in the same way that two men called John can be mistaken for each other. Watch for this same use of quote-unquote mistaken identity as an excuse for fraud and despotism throughout the current system. The office of the president is and always was a private business executive office, not a political one. And as a result, to this day, the president is not the president is elected to office by a privately drafted electoral college, not by voters in any general election. So for those of you who like to vote, knock yourself out. More power to you. You're wasting your time, basically. So Benjamin Franklin was basically a traitor and a spy and a human sacrificer. If anybody does any research on Benjamin Franklin, you'll find out that he was a member of a club called the Hellfire Club. And they found, when they went to that house and they went underneath the house, they found all types of skulls indicating that people were sacrificed in his home. Benjamin Franklin, traitor and spy. So, something here I wanted to read to you guys. Page 12. Okay. Here, I wanted to hear, right here, it says here, once the cost of the Revolutionary War was sufficiently placed, the colonists in debt, the English soldiers were ordered to dispense with their efforts, recover their arms, and within the next 8 years, they eventually returned to England. The colonists were so glad to see the fighting stop that they allowed the soldiers to retreat and exit America peacefully. There is an old legal maxim that states, the first to leave the field of battle loses. Pursuant to this maxim, the Founding Fathers proclaimed the colonists the victors. A maxim is a legal truth that is time-honored and incorruptible. In reality, the war was just a diversion. The colonists had no chance of succeeding in their efforts. Examine the facts for yourself. During this era, England had the largest army and navy in the world. King George owned England, Ireland, and France, having a combined population of about 60 million subjects. The colonists were poorly educated, poorly armed, and composed of farmers, tradesmen, bonded slaves, and women and children, and boasted a total population of only 3 million subjects, tradesmen, and considering the undermining that was occurring to their nation by the king's spies and the Founding Fathers, the colonists didn't have a prayer of defeating the English. Okay, there's one other thing I want to read to you guys. Make sure. Okay, 35.
Sound is loud and clear.
Good. Okay, this is from the Matrix in the U.S. Constitution. Okay, it says here, when the Founding Fathers rejected the Rothschilds' request. Oh, I'll just read here. Our public education in American history taught us to laud Alexander Hamilton. By the way, he was a mixed breed. He was black too, part black. Look at some of his earlier pictures. You'll see he had an afro, but they changed his image too on the money that you see. Our public education in American history taught us to laud Alexander Hamilton as a great American hero and patriot, when all along he was just another one of the many traitors to America who helped to undermine the Republic and the new American government. When the Founding Fathers rejected the Rothschilds' request for another 20-year charter in a fit of rage, and with King George's help, Nathan Rothschild, who was in charge of the London branch, provoked and personally financed the entire cost of the War of 1812. During the War of 1812, King George deduced that if he destroyed the American symbol of government and eliminated specific signers of the Declaration of Independence, whom he deemed to be the troublemakers called patriots and loyalists, and burned the actual Declaration of Independence, that those acts of force and violence should take the fight out of the American colonists, and they would succumb to he and Nathan Rothschild's plans. 30 of the 51 signers of the Declaration of Independence were loyal Americans, and the other 21 were traitors and were secretly loyal to King George. We laud these 21 traitors as heroes and patriots of the American Revolution because our government has taught us to do so, but never a word has been seen, spoken, or taught about the other 30 loyalists who gave their last full measure of devotion to our cause of liberty. Don't you find that just a little suspicious? After the White House in Philadelphia was burned and specific American loyalists, their entire families and relatives were murdered and burned in their homes in order to eliminate them as martyrs, the fighting stopped. The colonists returned to their trades, and the English military took up quarters in New Amsterdam, also New York, for the next 8 years before returning to England, and the Continental Congress once again declared America the victors. So prior to the War of 1812, Benjamin Franklin made numerous trips to England, supposedly to visit an English woman and love interest. However, colonial documents suggest that Franklin was a common participant in the sex parties held by the wealthy, so why travel to England to visit a love interest? Can anyone explain why Franklin died a bachelor and how the British military possessed the names and addresses of all 30 Loyalist family members and their relatives with specific directions to the homes of all 30 patriots on the King's death list? Ironically, the other 21 founding fathers and their families were never harmed or threatened. The Treaty of Paris, aka the Treaty of Peace, was negotiated by Franklin, Adams, and Jay. So Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay. The Treaty of Paris was the concession that King George's son, Prince William, is the sovereign ruler of America. I might point out also around this time, Benjamin Franklin became the first Postmaster General. John Jay became the first Supreme Court Chief Justice, and Samuel Adams served as Vice President under George Washington for 2 terms before being elected as the second President of the United States. Were those positions appointed or arranged for based upon merit, or were they actually rewards from a grateful king? Remember the constitutional amendment regarding separation of church and state. Well, it may very well have been added and adopted by the founding fathers because of the great historic influence continually wielded by the Pope and the Church of Rome. The founding fathers were planning to steal America for themselves, so it would only make sense that such a prohibition and amendment be incorporated into their business plan or constitution to avoid an open confrontation with the Pope and the Church of Rome. So if the Holy Roman Church eventually infiltrated America, the Pope would then be prohibited from involving the church in the business of the new government. So that's what I wanted to point out there about how the whole Revolutionary War was a fraud, how King George was still getting paid under the table, how he still had the mineral rights to the country, and how, people don't read those treaties. You have to read the Treaty of 1783, the Treaty of Paris, to see exactly who won out in that war. Let's see. Oh, let me check this out here, right here. This is from a book called Meet Your Straw Man. I'll include a bibliography when I'm done. So, okay. It says right here, as you know, I told you guys, the United States of America was incorporated in London in 1783. So the United States of America is a territory of Great Britain. I mentioned that the colonists did not win the Revolutionary War. And I also mentioned that the British troops, they didn't leave until 1796. If you read different court cases like Republican versus Swears, the Treaty of Commerce, if you read the Treaty of Paris itself, you'll see that this actually happened. The colonists did not really win the Revolutionary War. So I just wanted to underscore that point. So we know that they were setting up these different corporations. And in 1871, the United States of America, Inc., another corporation, was born. The United States of America, Inc., was born in 1871. The company actually was inherited by Abraham Lincoln. It was placed into bankruptcy reorganization during an 11-year period. And most people know that as the Reconstruction. Remember that from school, Lance? Reconstruction.
Oh, how I remember. It was kind of boring to me the way they put it, you know?
It was boring, yeah. It was very boring. But this act was called the Act of 1871. So this corporation was formally incorporated or set up and gave us 2 governments, basically. And it fooled people into thinking that that this represented the 50 states, the actual land. So you basically have the unincorporated or the continental United States, which would be the 50 organic states of America, which is really the real United States. And then you have the shadow government, which is the corporation masquerading as the 50 states, but it only applies to what they call certain political or insular states or island states. They call them insular states, island states. It only really includes a 10 square mile region of DC. So really, the United States that we are actually under is the one that occupies a 10 square mile region of our jurisdiction, and also it applies only to Guam, American Samoa, Puerto Rico, and other islands, along with different forts and barracks. Period. That's the United States. And so they duped us into thinking that the 10 square mile region of DC and those island states, Guam, Puerto Rico, American Samoa, and other islands, as well as the forts and the barracks, is really representing the continental landmass called the United States. You see the semantic deception there? So that's the real United States that we're under, the corporate United States. So we have, two governments, basically. One section, there's one section here that has, if you want to look at like primary source documents to really get that information, you would go to different documents like I mentioned the Sesquiquavi Act of 1666. Then there's the Act of 1871 that you can read about. It was formally incorporated. That act formally incorporated the municipal city-state government of the Washington, D.C., or the District of Columbia as a separate nation, operating according to its own government and code. So this is actually a separate nation set up within a nation. And then there's another document called Miriam's Estate, and it just tells you that the United States is to be regarded as a body politic and corporate. It's the United States is really regarded as a domestic corporation. That's what that particular legislation will tell you. And then there's another legislation called U.S. versus Cruikshank. U.S. versus Cruikshank. It just basically says that our political system, we have a government of 50 states, and then we have a government that is completely separate from that. And then there's other documents called like the Clearfield Doctrine, if you want to read that. Then you have the Insular Tariff cases from 1900 to 1904. You have the Trading with the Enemy Act. Then you have the Maternity Act / also called the Shepherd Towner Act of 1921. But I don't want to bore you guys with that information. So in 1933, you got to look at Franklin Delano Roosevelt. That corporation in 1871 that was set up, that was actually bankrupted in 1933, and it was bankrupt so that they can create a new corporation, because they start these corporations, they bankrupt them, and then they start another one. But all of this is happening without the knowledge of the American people. So in 1933, Franklin Delano Roosevelt bankrupted that corporation and set up a new corporation. And to find out more about that, you go to, let's see, okay, you guys remember what happened? Lance, do you remember what happened in 1933 when with Franklin Delano Roosevelt came and he took the gold from people? Remember hearing about that?
I heard about it, but I never got the full story.
Well, we have a dollar bill now. You get the dollar bill, you pull your dollar bill out, you look at your dollar bill, it says, "This notice for all debts, public and private."
You mean the silver certificates?
No. But what happened was he had the American people turn in all their gold. And it was unlawful for American people to have any gold, because what he did was basically confiscate the gold. What it was basically a system reset, like what they're trying to do right now. They reset the system and changed it over from, because if you had like a silver certificate or a gold certificate back in those days, and you went to the bank and the value of gold was even greater than the amount of that currency, then you would get the value of that gold, because they have to pay you in gold. Yeah. It's a pay to the bearer on demand. $50 in gold or $100 in gold or whatever amount that it would say on your certificate. So he called in all those certificates. Mm-hmm. Yes. So they took all of our gold and they issued us Federal Reserve notes in return. That's what happened. They basically stole all the gold from the American people. It says here, they called it Executive Order 6102. It happened in April of 1933. They prohibited Americans from having any gold, and they just basically required people to turn in their private property to the Federal Reserve banks. And they said that they basically made us stand as sureties for the debts of the United States, or made us stand as collateral for all the debts of the United States. So the creditors, they claimed that all the gold in private hands was no longer belonged to the state citizens and other inhabitants, and they decided to just basically seize it. They confiscated all the gold. And I think it was like, what, $10,000 fine if you didn't turn in all your gold and all this other stuff. And I think one of the people that had to turn in their gold was Madam C.J. Walker. I remember hearing about her. She had to turn in she had a lot of gold too. She had to turn in her gold because she was really rich back then. So let's see here. I'm going to go to page 47 on this to kind of underscore that point about FDR and his criminality. Okay, here on March 9th, 1933, there was what they call a House Joint Resolution, HJR number 192-10. It was called they voted into law this thing called the Emergency Banking Act. And this law basically declared that the Treasury of the United States was bankrupt. And it was impossible since the United States was secretly closed by the Congress 12 years earlier in 1921. So the Emergency Banking Act eliminated the gold standard, and it basically issued those Federal Reserve notes. So all the American citizens living in those states were falsely taken from their sovereign status without their knowledge or consent, and all of their property, all of their sweat equity, all of their credit, all of their labor, their souls, and even their children became the financial collateral for the public debt, which had been converted into what they call a public trust, which was, like I mentioned, I talked about those ancient Roman trusts. It had been converted into one big public trust, and now this is what they're dipping their hands into to plunder our estate, basically. So, if you see, there was a what is this thing? What happened was this guy Roosevelt. He supposedly everybody was really struggling in the country to survive, and Roosevelt and the Congress, they were making interest-bearing loans to these foreign governments using the very money that the public swore that didn't exist. And so Germany used that money to finance their war, and the American people, they just had no idea what was going on. And here in 1933, after they passed that act, it was either House Resolution 1491 or HR 4960, they had secretly passed it where the U.S. Congress had relinquished our right to have or accumulate gold and silver. So the Congress eventually, they repealed part of the legislation to allow people like jewelers to have, gold and silver. But the coins that we had, we still have coins in circulation right now, but the coins that they had, they were no longer solid gold coins, and they were no longer solid silver coins. So they started putting tin and nickel inside of those coins, and they even put carbon inside of those coins. And so pennies, are, tin coins and copper-plated carbon-filled coins, And let's see.
What a ripoff.
Yeah. So they call these, when I mentioned the word public trust, those public trusts are not new concepts. That concept really it was copied from the ancient Roman Empire, because they used to use those Roman trusts too. And they just kind of updated that, and they used it for modern times. But those ancient Roman trusts, they declared that everybody who died, like if you were back in Rome during those days, they said that everybody that had died after Rome was burned, until those Roman citizens had served notice to the Roman Senate, they were actually alive and capable of managing their estates. They all presumed that they were dead. And so the Roman Senate became the trustee over all of their estates. And they pretty much used those estates as they saw fit. And that's where the English got it from when they came up with the Cestui Act in 1666, where they talked about, if people were not present, they were presumed to be dead. That would give them an excuse to plunder their estate. So in 1933, the government enticed Americans to voluntarily register for things like birth certificates, Social Security cards, driver's licenses, voters registrations, and things like that. And they enticed us with government benefits, to do so. And then years later, they made it, they obligated Americans to register all of these documents except for voter registrations. So all of these so-called government benefits were not really a bargain because they belonged to all of us. And over time, the largest benefits have been watered down, Because what most people don't know is that no corporation can operate or fund itself. It has to be funded somehow, But anyway, this guy, Roosevelt, he met his fate because what happened to him after that was not too nice. It says here, let's see, this guy, what happened to him? He was President Roosevelt was after he gave the appearance of bailing out the country with the different acts. He created different acts like the Volstead Act, the Emergency Banking Act, the different work programs he had, the Civilian Conservation Corps and the WPC. He was actually selling the country down the drain and with a duplicate version of those ancient Roman trusts. So what he did was he he basically assisted the European elite and the European royal faction in stealing the American people's gold and silver reserves and helped them to regain control over their slaves, basically. And so what happened to him was in the final end, it looks like he was assassinated by his own people.
Wow.
You know how they just kill their own people? It says here, says Roosevelt and Rockefeller were members of the European cabal, and other cabal members wanted America to enter the war. The American public was experiencing a period of isolationism, and they were totally against it. Roosevelt couldn't think of a way to involve America in World War II until Rockefeller's dilemma provided him with the answer. But it said here, they made a stage that he looked like he had battled from a long battle with polio. But it says that the undertakers were so incapable of concealing a bullet hole in his head that his coffin was actually sealed to cover up the fact that he was actually assassinated. But they made it look like, oh, he had a long battle with polio, but they put a bullet to his head even after all that he did for them. So now at this point, I just want to tell people about the birth certificate and how they're really being defrauded with birth certificate. Now the fraud of a birth certificate works. It really comes on the heel of I think I mentioned the Maternity Act or the Shepherd-Towner Act of 1921. That was an act that came out that's when they started coming out with the birth certificates. So this is how it works. The way the birth certificates work and how they use that to brand you as corporate property. So basically, the first thing they do is they make laws that require all corporate, federal, state franchises register the births of all children. So all the states, which are considered to be franchises or subsidiaries of the corporate United States, they make laws that require all the children to they require all of them. The federal government requires them to register all of the children that are born in those states. And then what happens is they take the names of all the babies, which are the babies of American state citizens, as well as United States citizens, and they create a new legal fiction entity operating under the same name. So if that baby's name is LANCESCURV, spelled in lowercase letters, as an American state citizen, they take that baby's name and they issue a certificate, which has the baby's name spelled in all capital letters. And so at that point, that baby is now looked upon as being a corporation or property. And then what they do is they charge off all the debts of the private corporate debt as public debt. And they basically, sometimes they even, they advertise that in the newspaper that, you were actually, because whenever you start a business, you know how they have you advertise your name in the newspaper,
right,
for X number of weeks. And then what they do is they roll over all of the assets of this baby into a new trust. And all of this is done under his estate. And it's really simple, but I don't want to complicate it. But basically, all of the charges are addressed to a legal fiction person operating under your given name, and you're never actually addressed to you at all. And that's basically what they do. So if you one of the books that has more information about that is a book called You Know Something Is Wrong When an American Affidavit of Probable Cause. It's kind of a weird title, but I'll include that if somebody wants to take a look at that as well. But the way if you want more information about how that birth certificate thing works, it's kind of strange because this is what happens. When a person is born in, say, like America, the mother and father, they submit what they call a birth certificate registration form. And basically, that's just a piece of paper. So there's no requirement really under common law to do this. But of course, we're under the law of the sea. So when any limited company or corporation is set up, they do the same thing. They always have to create what they call a certificate of registration or fill out a certificate of registration. And they do that because they need to create the legal personality. And of course, as I mentioned, a legal personality is not something that's real. It's a fictitious entity. And that's why they have you fill out a birth certificate form, because you're registering a live person, but the person that you're registering, you're converting that person into a legal fiction that's going to be connected to that person for all of the days of their lives so that they can be taxed. So it says what happens is that an American birth certificate states clearly that if you look on the birth certificate, you know how it says, if you've ever looked at it, it says this is not evidence of identity. If this is supposedly your ID, why do they say it's not evidence of this being something that's going to identify you? So it has nothing to do with anything being with you being human. And then on the bottom of it, it says U.S. copyright is copywritten. Why do they have the copyright on a birth certificate? So that clearly shows that it doesn't belong to the individual and it was created by the state. And so this act of registering a child makes the child what they call a ward of the state or a ward of the court. And the child can be taken away from the parents at any time. So because you're under their jurisdiction, basically, because you're under their control, and you've given control to them by creating that fictitious entity, then they have control over your child. It's just really sick and disgusting how they do that. But that's what happens. So this, when you think about when I said ward of the state and how that works, what is a ward of the state? Now, if you look up the word ward, the word ward is, let's see here. What is a ward? Okay, a ward could be like, according to the definition, it could be like a room in a hospital which has people for treatment. It could be, let's see here. Okay. You could be like a ward of the court. That's a minor person who legally is incapable of managing his or her own affairs. And a person that's incapable of managing their own affairs is a ward of the court, like I mentioned. But here you have a maternity ward and you have ward of the state. And this is why the definition, if you look at the word hospital, and what they call those dictionaries, those legal dictionaries called Black's Law dictionaries, the definition of a hospital is a bank. So your child is born in a hospital, but they're looking at your child as an asset, or as property. And so that's why they use the word hospital or they use the word bank to describe what a hospital is. But you would think that a hospital is a place for taking care of people and being hospitable, right? But it's really just a business. It's a place of business transaction. It's not a place to safely deliver babies or to render proper patient care. But if you go to Black's Law Dictionary, they define a ward of a court as infants and persons of unsound mind. So if you have unsound mind, then you are somebody that needs to be taken care of. And that's also what they call a person that's a person who's a client as a ward in court. You're a person of unsound mind or an infant, basically. That tells you exactly what they think about you. So the child is basically the legal property of the Department of Commerce. And the child's birth is usually printed in the local newspaper to announce the child as being unclaimed corporate property. Now, if you start a business, they want you to put that information in the local newspaper for X number of weeks to let the people know. Like if you start a sole proprietorship, that's how that works. If you know anybody that's ever started a sole proprietorship, you probably heard that they have to put something in the local newspaper to announce that they're starting a business. So this is the same way. So the birth record is recorded as a promissory note, and it's converted to a slave bond, and it's sold to the. You've seen what the paperwork looks like when they have a birth certificate, right? Yeah. You've seen the type of paper that it's on. It's like that bond paper, that expensive bond paper. And that's, why would somebody want to put that type of thing on a bond paper unless this really has some type of real, actual value? And that's why they do it. So, but there's something I wanted to share. There was a guy named, if you're familiar with these presidents, you know how the current president has a advisor. Jared Kushner is the advisor. Yeah. Henry Kissinger was the advisor of Richard Nixon. You always have these certain types of people that are advisors to the president, always the same ethnic background. Henry Kissinger, I mentioned. And then, of course, you had Woodrow Wilson, who had an advisor called Edward Mandell House. And Edward Mandell House is somebody that you should know something about because he wrote a book called... what's the name of that book? Called Phil Drew Administrator. And in that book, he talked about a man who was a dictator, but a nice dictator. He called himself a benevolent dictator who imposes the system of socialism type of socialism that Karl Marx would want to impose on a group of people. But he did this in America, and this was in a novel that he wrote. So he dreamed of himself as being a benevolent dictator, or who imposes socialism, the type of socialism that Karl Marx would impose, or a fascist dictatorship in America to eliminate dependence and erode independence, and set up a graduated income tax, a social security system, a League of Nations, which came before the United Nations, which was a failed attempt by Woodrow Wilson, that was later implemented by both FDR and. So basically, all the things he wanted to propose were things that were implemented later by FDR and Woodrow Wilson before the fact. And he put all this stuff in a book. And he was basically a person who was a political kingmaker. He actually put people in office, and he acted like this, like in that capacity for all of his life. But this is what I wanted to read to you about him. This is what it says. Edward Mandell House, advisor to Woodrow Wilson, says here, 1913, Colonel Edward Mandell House helped to pick the charter members of the original Federal Reserve Board. Edward Mandell House, originally called Huis, H-U-I-S, which became House. He was born July 26, 1858 in Houston, Texas. He became active in Texas politics and served as an advisor to Woodrow Wilson, especially in the area of foreign affairs. He functioned as Wilson's chief negotiator in Europe during the negotiations of peace, 1917 to 1919, and some other capacities. And then it says here, he and his father had friends in the KKK, the Ku Klux Klan. The Klan dispensed vigilante justice after the Civil War. In 1880, a new legitimate group was in charge of dispensing justice in Texas, the Texas Rangers. Many of the Texas Rangers were members of the Klan. Edward was the new master. Edward gained their loyalty by stroking their egos. Edward would use his money and influence to try and make them famous. He actually inherited the Texas Ku Klux Klan, this man. That's not really what I wanted to read to you about it, but it says here, Edward helped to make Foreman governor of Texas. So like I mentioned, he was a kingmaker. He put people in office. He helped to make James Hogg governor of Texas, a man named Charles Culberson, a man named Joseph Sayers, and then another man, last name Lanham, made him governor. So says here, Edward wanted to control more than Texas. Edward wanted to control the country. Edward would do so by becoming a kingmaker instead of a king. So he worked behind the scenes instead of being the one out front. Like, what was that guy that was President Bush's advisor? Not Scowcroft, it was the other guy. Wore the glasses. Bald-headed. What was his name?
Oh, and he later on got like TV stars.
The one that shot somebody. What was his name?
Oh, man, I'm seeing his face.
That one. Well, he was along the same lines as somebody like that. So it says he wants to control more than Texas. He wants to control the country. So he would do so by becoming a kingmaker instead of a king. Edward knew that if he could control 3 men in the Senate, 2 or 3 men in the House, and the president, he can control the country. Edward would influence the candidate from behind the scenes. I'm reading this because I'm going to show the relationship between him and the birth certificate.
Yeah.
Edward would influence the candidate from behind the scenes. The people would perceive one man was representing them when in reality, an entirely different man was in control. House didn't need to influence millions of people. He needed to only influence a handful of men. Edward would establish a secret society in America that would operate in the same fashion, the Council on Foreign Relations. And then here, this is what I wanted to read to you about this. Okay. Edward Mandell House had this to say in a private meeting with President Woodrow Wilson. Now, keep in mind, this is before before all of those initiatives came out where people had to get these Social Security cards and before birth certificates. He said here that very soon every American will be required to register their biological property. He's referring to people as biological property in a national system.
Wow.
Designed to keep track of the people, and that will operate under the ancient system of pledging biological people as property, as in babies, birth certificates. By such methodologies, we can compel people to submit to our agenda, which will affect our security as a charge back for our fiat paper currency. Every American will be forced to register or suffer being unable to work and earn a living. Got to have a birth certificate, proof of ID. They will be our cattle basically, and we will hold the security interest over them forever by operation of the law of merchant under the scheme of secured transactions. Merchant, you're talking about the law of the high seas. Americans, by unknowingly or unwittingly delivering the bills of lading, which relate to, we talked about in the first part, by unknowingly or unwittingly delivering the bills of lading to us, will be rendered bankrupt and insolvent, forever to remain economic slaves through taxation secured by their pledges. They will be stripped of their rights and giving a commercial value designated to make us a profit, and they will be none the wiser. We were given a commercial value because that straw man was capitalized with money. That's really our inheritance, and we don't even know that. For not one man in a million could ever figure our plans, and if by accident one or two should figure it out, we should have in our arsenal plausible deniability. After all, this is the only logical way to fund government, by making people slaves. This is the only logical way to fund government, by floating liens and debt to the registrants in the form of benefits and privileges. This will inevitably reap us huge profits beyond our wildest expectations and leave every American contributor to this fraud, which we will call social insurance. They're talking about Social Security. You get the benefits, but they get to plunder your estate on the back end. Without realizing it, every American will insure us for any loss we may incur. That's why they have these bailouts all the time. No matter how much money they lose, we still bail them out because we have an unlimited dollar amount assigned to that straw man. Without realizing it, every American will insure us for any loss we may incur. And in this manner, every American will unknowingly be our servant, however, begrudgingly. The people will become helpless and without any hope for their redemption, and we will employ the high office of the president of our dummy corporation to foment this plot against America. What a man. What a man. Edward Mandell House, I believe, was Old Testament, one of the chosen few, part of the tribal White House advisor, insider of the Woodrow Wilson administration. He talked of people having to register their biological property in the future as it happens in the birth certificate scam. Now, this is just kind of an aside. Everybody knows about the county recorder of deeds, right? How that was set up, how that basically records all property.
Yeah.
You know, if I remember correctly, it was Eisenhower that tricked our grandmothers into turning in their old Bibles and receiving their new beautiful gold-plated Bible. They had these Bibles back in the day. All the grandmothers had Bibles, right? And in the Bibles were written the names of all the people in the family. And the problem was that these Bibles indicated that these black people were already indigenous to this country. So Eisenhower had a scheme to trick these grandmothers to exchange their old Bibles for the new Bible that he would send to them. And when they sent in those old Bibles, he sent in all the people that they sent in all their claims to their land as indigenous people, because like I said before, they were already here in this country. And if you go, just to give you proof of that, if you go to the Grand Canyon, you know that in the Grand Canyon, they have areas that you're not allowed to even go to. They're restricted areas because those areas have they have names of Egyptian cities. They have the names of Egyptian characters like Osiris, Isis. Kentucky, for example, the state of Kentucky is really named after King Tut, but they disguised his name in the name Kentucky. You have the word like Cairo. Cairo is a city that's in Illinois. Cairo is a city that's in Egypt, you know, and they have all these Egyptian artifacts that they found in America. So the blacks were already here. And so these indigenous blacks that were quote unquote Native American, that later became the quote unquote Asiatic looking Native American, the original Native Americans were the blacks because they wanted these grandmothers to turn in their Bibles because, again, those family records provided them a claim to the land. And so when they sent those Bibles in to exchange for those beautiful gold-paged Bibles, that erased all the property rights from the indigenous blacks and set up the county recorder of deeds offices to centralize all of those records and to usurp their property rights of the indigenous blacks. That's what happened. So the stolen records, the stolen private records were converted into public records. And that was just an aside. But basically, as you know, to have any type of value, as this guy, Colonel Edward Mandell House, was saying, to have any type of value, every economy needs to have a basis. In our case, ours is based on money, right? Is ours based on money, on mere dollars and cents? Because if that's true, then this empire is on shaky ground, because the American dollar, we are told, is worth less than 2 cents right now. It's been in the negative numbers. It has to be in the negative numbers somewhere, because it's probably even a double-digit negative number by this time. Mm-hmm. Because if the liabilities of a nation exceed the national assets, you know, if the national debt is in the trillions, if the national debt currently in the trillions, that essentially renders America in a de facto state of bankruptcy or financial insolvency. So it can't be based on mere paper dollars. So what would be the true basis of the American economy? Is it land? Is it resources? Or is it assets? I mean, the truth is that it has to be based on human substance, on your lifetime earning power, maybe, because a slave economy requires human capital as a basis, like Edward Mandell House was saying. And the truth is, the economy is denominated in you. You know, you, the human resources, as I mentioned throughout this series, you have been collateralized or used as collateral or pledged against the national debt. And it is you that are the true basis and the life force of this sham economy. And this really explains why the state treats people like property, especially so-called black people, because we mistakenly identify ourselves as his corporate property, especially, you know, spelled in all capital letters. But really, when you think about it, we're not even citizens of this country. Because if you go back to the Dred Scott decision, the court case, it says there clearly that blacks are not citizens of the United States. And we can't be citizens of the United States because we are indigenous to this country, and the United States is a corporation. And that's true. That's one of the reasons why we catch so much hell in this country. But this explains why the corporate profiteers promote, you know, unfettered consumerism, uncontrolled or unrestricted consumerism so much, because they basically want to plunder your secret estate that's worth, you know, millions of dollars, I'm told, you know, an estate that they never bothered to inform you of, that's already been prepaid since the bankruptcy reorganization of 1933. It's prepaid. And this is why it's said that when you affix your signature to a mortgage application or to purchase a car, for example, or when you affix your signature to, you know, your signature is used by these conspirators as credit. Because whenever they receive it, they receive access to your strawman estate that has already been funded. And they are essentially receiving payment from you twice for the same thing. So when you purchase that product or you use your credit cards, those corporations gain access to your strawman account, which I explained in part 1, and they're already paid for that product. Yet they continue to bill your strawman, which you mistake for yourself, because the name on that bill or on the bill is spelled exactly like yours, but it's in all capital letters, which is not you, because that represents a corporation and a fictional you, and not the real you, not the flesh and blood you. So you see, you're the goose that lays the golden eggs. Well, we're the goose. You know, but the problem is, we don't know that the straw man that's impersonating you and that's been attached and legally branded to you even exists, you know? So just to give you an example, check this out. Check this out. It says here, if you were to apply for a loan, like a mortgage, for $10,000, let's say $100,000 from the bank, they would give you an application form, which is set out in such a way that you have to fill the straw man's name in rather than your own. Separate boxes with one of them containing Mr. And they may even require you to fill the form in using block capital letters. You may think that the capital letters are so that they can read your writing, or perhaps to make it easier for it to be entered into a computer. but the name in those capital letters belongs to the straw man and not you. So you've actually just made an application on behalf of the straw man and not on behalf of yourself. So you might wonder why, they would want to do this. After all, what could they ever get from the straw man? Well, you might be surprised. The straw man was incorporated. Well, when that straw man was incorporated, they assigned a large monetary value to it, possibly $100 million. And they have been trading on the stock market on behalf of the straw man ever since. And you know how many years that's been. So very surprisingly, in their opinion, that little fellow is very rich, and you have just authorized them to take the amount of your loan application from the straw man's account. So before the bank pays you any money, it has already gotten its money from the straw man account and entered it as on the books as a $100,000 credit to your loan account. Then they place the $100,000 into your loan account as a debit. Interestingly, that loan account is now balanced and could be easily closed off as a completed deal. But this is where the sneaky part comes in. To get the money out of your account, you have to write and sign a check for $100,000 on that account. Why does the bank, or what does the bank do with the checks which you sign? It assigns them to the account as an asset of the bank, and suddenly the bank is ahead by $100,000 because the check is in the name of a straw man who can supply the bank with almost any amount of money. But it doesn't end there, as the bank is confident that you know so little about what is going on that you will pay them another or anything up to $100,000 over the years against what you believe you owe them. If that happens, then you have made yet another $100,000 for the bank. To make things even better for them, they don't even want you to pay them interest on the money, they want you to pay interest on the money which you don't actually even owe them. Overall, they make a great deal of money when you borrow for them or from them. So perhaps you can see now why banks make hundreds of millions of dollars in profit each year. So that just gives you an idea of how they rob and steal from people. Let's see, give you another example. Registration. Most people believe that when they buy a new car that they have to register it with the commercial company known as the Department of Motor Vehicles. What very few people are aware of is the fact that the act of applying for registration confirms the transfer of physical ownership of the vehicle from you, the purchaser who paid the money, to the state. That is, you have given the vehicle away to a commercial company who has done nothing at all for you and which does not have your best interest at heart. Since it is unlawful to swindle anyone, I would be most interested to hear any reason why this registration should not be deemed to be unlawful, blatant, and an obvious fraud, for there has not been full disclosure of the silent and adhesive contract terms. I hope I'm making sense to you all. I'm hoping this is making sense.
Don't worry about that, brother. We got you. At least I am.
Okay. The change of ownership is shown by the fact that you, the previous owner, are now sent a document stating that your straw man is now the registered owner of the vehicle which you have just bought, because of course it's in all capital letters. You are left to pay for maintaining the vehicle which you do not own and which the actual owner will seize and sell the vehicle, which costs him nothing if you, as agent for the registered owner, because you're agent for the straw man, do not keep on paying for the use of the vehicle. Seizing the vehicle would not be lawful if the vehicle did not belong to the company during the seizing. The vehicle would be seized if the registration tax is not paid. That tax was originally introduced as a fund contributed by the vehicle drivers in order to build new roads, to maintain roads that exist. That was a reasonable idea, which means that all the roads in the country belong to the people who paid the money for them to be built and repaired. So basically, if you have this secret account that's already set up, they're actually going after the monies in that account and plundering that account, unbeknownst to you. So given that this is a contract, in contractual law, whenever you don't have full disclosure, that contract is void. Whenever you have fraud in the contract is void. Whenever you don't provide valuable consideration or anything of value, because if they're not providing anything of value, because whenever you use your signature is actually activating your their access to your account, that secret account that nobody knows about, that straw man account, that fictitious you that's been attached to you all the days of your life, that monkey on your, that proverbial monkey on your back, you know. So besides what I've learned from research, you know, how do I know this is even true? Well, my answer is firsthand experience from, I know people that have actually used the knowledge, this knowledge of this financial chicanery to pay off student loans and vehicle loans, all using their straw man account. I know a person that had did this, and he found out that he was being traded on Wall Street. He looked up his number and everything with Fidelity Bank. And he actually had a friend of his that actually did the same thing. And his friend was actually able to get out of a car loan and have this company send him the car loan, or send the his actual title to him. And he did not have to pay his loan. But then, of course, they started changing their procedures, and because people started getting wise to it. And, you know, people started finding out about it. So these caveman crooks that are currently in control, they changed everything so you can't use those same procedures anymore. You know, so basically, if you look at different movies, like there's movies that talk about this too. There's a movie called Ted 2. The movie called Ted 2 was about a teddy bear that was a fake teddy bear because he's not human. But then he woke up and all of a sudden he decided that he was human. And they're really talking about you because that's talking about you who decided, or you learned that you are actual flesh and blood and that you're not some fictitious entity. And so what he did in this movie was he went to court to prove that he was a legal person or a real person or flesh and blood person, which we are. And he actually lost the case. And I think that was kind of directed at Black people, because a lot of Black people were finding out about this situation, and they were challenging this stuff in court. And a lot of them were winning. And but in this case, in the movie, in Ted 2, actually he lost the case. But it's not a movie I would recommend watching because it's extremely vulgar. A lot of just derogatory, a lot of just vulgar language. And if you're eating like something and you're watching that, they're going to say something that's going to make you lose your appetite. That type of movie. Every 5 minutes they have something like negative to say about, or just vulgar to say, like talking about farting and things like that. You know, I can't watch movies like that because I lose my appetite and I want to have a weak stomach anyway. Mm-hmm. So, but there's another movie out that deals with that. You know, Matrix deals with that concept. And then there's another movie as well. I'm just trying to think of the name of it. There's another movie. They put this stuff in movies, though. They let you know that they know, but you don't know. Now, one of the greatest crimes of all has been all of your debts, as I mentioned to you guys, have basically been prepaid since 1933. I know that sounds crazy, but let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. All of your debts have already been prepaid since 1933. Imagine that.
Damn.
Prepaid. Let me go into this thing real quick.
Most of us missed that memo.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't tell you about that. Legal tricks. Find this thing here. Let me see. Oh, here it is right here. All right. This is just something I wanted to tell you guys about. Then I'm going to close up this. Article is, what is House Joint Resolution 192? Can we discharge our debts to the government? This is what it says. Before House Joint Resolution 192 was passed, Executive Order 6102 was signed into effect by President Roosevelt. We talked about him already, FDR, the criminal that was assassinated with a bullet to the head, and a racist too. This executive order required all gold and gold certificates to be surrendered to the federal government on May 1st, 1933. May 1st, the birth of the Illuminati. May 1st, the birth of that was May Day in Russia, Soviet Russia. That's why they did it on May 1st, 1933. House Joint Resolution 192 was then passed by Congress on June 5th, 1933. This law was passed to do away with the gold clause in the Constitution and in all public and private contracts. 1933 was also when the United States went bankrupt, which was not the first time it had went bankrupt. In fact, and I mentioned to you guys already, the United States was so far in debt that it went bankrupt additional times previously. Once in 1789, which I mentioned, forming the Constitution so the states couldn't sign on as a security for the Fed's debts. And then in 1861, when the southern states said no more and wanted to secede, S-C-C-E-D-E, secede or separate rather than sign on to another pledging of assets to pay the federal government's debt. Then in 1933, Resolution 192, they took all the gold, all the true money, all the property, and instituted eminent domain and property taxes / dividend land titles. So before that, there was no property taxes. And instituted the income tax to control the labor of the people. In addition, with House Joint Resolution 192 is when they instituted the birth certificate to control the people and have the future American people become the collateral for all the federal government debts. Yes, that's right. Your birth certificate is the title to your body, and it has been pledged as an asset. The holder has the right to the title or to the taxes and fines, fees, etc. that you pay to the government through judgments, court cases, payroll, income taxes, property taxes, etc. From the beginning, the government was indebted to the European bankers as a result of the revolution. How ironic that we had to borrow money from the English to pay for the war we fought against them. So fast forward to the early 1900s and you'll come across several key events that make it quite obvious that there was a master plan at work to enslave the people. If you read the book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, you'll become intimately acquainted with the happenings in the year 1910 when 6 men who were either elite bankers and or politicians met in secret in a place named Jekyll Island. The purpose of this meeting was to formulate plans for economic reforms for the United States. This is where the banking cartel began in this country. The idea of a central bank has always been rejected, so the men who met on Jekyll Island needed to come up with a way to trick the people into allowing a central bank to be instituted. Central bank, by the way, is one of the planks of the Communist Manifesto in Karl Marx's book. He said you needed to have a central bank to communize a country, among other things. Property taxes, too. 3 years later, in 1913, President Woodrow Wilson signed the Federal Reserve Act, and which is the current central bank of the United States, although it is not actually governed by any agency of the federal government. 8 years later, in 1921, the Maternity Act was passed, which required all births to be registered with the state. Now, how did Edward Mandell House know about that unless he was an insider? He knew. So now all key places were in place for the upcoming bankruptcy, default, and restructure. In 1933, the federal government went bankrupt. They passed Executive Order 6102 and House Joint Resolution 192, and you guys can read those if you want some documentation, and pledged us as collateral to back the government debt. They made us slaves, but they couldn't technically make us slaves because that would be illegal. So they had to give us a remedy. So what is the House Joint Resolution 192 remedy? It is that the government has the obligation to discharge and settle any debts we may incur in our daily lives. Yes, this includes mortgages, car loans, utilities, etc. But wait, wasn't HJR 192 repealed? Technically it was, but the provisions that brought us into having no money of substance still apply, or still exist and apply. In other words, we didn't go back to using real money, which is gold and silver again, and therefore the maxim of whoever brings the obligation must bring the remedy still applies. That's a legal maxim. So the government still has the fiduciary duty, the confidential duty, to discharge and settle your debts because they still don't have access to money or real substance. And because the USA is still in bankruptcy mode. So the Secretary of the Treasury is still the receiver in a bankruptcy. Your birth certificate is still a bond, and your debts are still prepaid by your future labor, property, and taxes that they are assuming the administration as the office of the executor of the estates of the all caps John H. Doe name. But they still hypothecated the birth certificate and made billions of the birth or naturalization of every new citizen. In fact, every court case over $7,000, there are new bonds created and traded off of your birth certificate estate. Okay, so now that we know that this information about House Joint Resolution 192, can we just write something like discharge to HJR 192 on a bill and call it a day? The short answer is no. We cannot just simply scribble some words at a 45-degree angle like other gurus are teaching across a bill and think that we are done. And we never have to pay FRNs or Federal Reserve notes for our bills ever again. This is why those who are not fully informed call this HJR 192 scam, because it isn't easy breezy wham bam thank you ma'am. So basically that's what they're talking about here. That's really, really amazing. Really amazing. So just want to just say I can probably compare America then to America now. You know, old America versus new America. Old America, you had, new America, you have your straw man, corporate persona, the all caps artificial, soulless legal fiction version of you, the necessary corporate front that they needed to have intercourse with, which is a dead corporate entity like the federal government, the city government. Those are dead corporate entities because they are not alive. They're not conscious. And the reason why they have the straw man, just to put it in another way, in order for you to do business with a corporation, let's say you do business with let's say Amazon, but you're not a corporation, you're flesh and blood, but you can't really do business with them because that doesn't apply the rule of like versus like. You're flesh and blood, but they're corporate entity. Corporate entity is dead, fictional legal entity. So they have to use the corporate front or a go-between, which would be that straw man, to have intercourse with that corporation. So they use that straw man as a corporation to have dealings or intercourse with the dead corporate entity, being the federal government, the city government, state government, municipal government, or any corporation. So that's what we have in the new America. In the old America, there was no straw man. There was no monkey on your back in that respect. Because corporate contracts, they have to be set up in what they call set up in kind. So you can't have a fictional entity over here and a corporation over here. You have to have corporate, or, you know, hope you guys get the message. So, you know, corporations, like I mentioned, they're unconscious. They can only interface with other dead entity corporations that are also unconscious. That's why they have limited liabilities, because they're unconscious. But of course, limited liability also gives them a right to plunder and steal and not have any type of legal recourse. You know, they get slapped on the wrist, but they don't really, they don't dissolve their corporations. And so let's say old America versus new America. Old America, there was what they call the continental United States. Those were the actual physical, those refer to the actual physical landmass of the United States versus what we have today in the new America. It's a much smaller square mile area that refers only to federal territories and possessions. It only refers to a 10 square mile radius in DC. It doesn't refer to the entire continent. The corporation is a 10 square mile radius that only includes those island states like Guam and American Samoa and Puerto Rico and others, and also some military barracks and whatnot. That's it. That's the corporate United States. So they mistake the corporate United States and use that semantic deception and make us think that the corporate United States is actually the physical landmass, or the continental United States, which is not. So we have in the new America, we have a geographic fiction or a private corporation masquerading as a government. But in the old America, we have the 50 states of the Union, which was a true geographic reality. So in the new America, we have what we already discussed in the earlier part one, the Admiralty Law, which is really the law of the seas. The law of the seas, or Admiralty Law, requires you to perform an action with no injury required. So in Admiralty Law, if you do something wrong, in common law, if you did something wrong in common law, you have to have not only an action, but also you have to have an injury. So in other words, no victim, no crime. So if I take a swing at somebody and I don't hit that person, then I took the action of swinging at them, but there's no injury, so there's no crime. But in Admiralty Law, in the new America, you take a swing at somebody, even if you didn't hit them, then you still get charged. It just requires an action only, but no injury. So also in the New America, you have the statutes, codes, and regulations that apply only. Statutes only apply to legal fictions, corporate legal fictions. They do not apply to flesh and blood human beings, which we are. So in the New America, you have statutes, codes, and regulations. In the Old America, you had laws. In the New America, you have, well, in the Old America, you had what they call chattel slavery, private slave ownership. In the New America, you have commercial slavery or bondage to capital and public ownership of slaves. Public ownership meaning government ownership of slaves. You have been revenued. You know the word revenue? You have been revenued. That's what the word really means. When they say revenue, they put you into a different venue or different forum or different jurisdiction. That's what they mean by revenue. You have been revenued, taken to a place that you didn't really want to go. Old America, you had the idea of flesh and blood. New America, you have corporate fictions, legal fictions, and corporate fronts. Old America, you had marriage without a license. You didn't have to have a marriage license to get married. New America, a marriage license is required because remember, with all those different rulings in 1933 with FDR, they started rolling out the all these different rules and regulations and whatnot. So under the Old America, you also had unincorporated public officers. So if you had a public person working in for the people, they were not incorporated, and they had full liability, so you can sue them. But now you have, in the New America, you have public officers that are incorporated, which gives them that corporate shield, that protection, that corporate veil, and they're subject to no liability. And we talked about the corporate shield in part one. In the Old America, you had silver and gold, which was lawful money. In the New America, you have gold standard, gold confiscated and replaced with worthless Federal Reserve notes as legal tender. So what else do you have? Old America, you had no driver's license needed. New America, you have driver's license required. Old America, you had no Social Security card. New America, Social Security number and a Social Security card is required, thanks to FDR and the New Deal. And then Old America, there was no birth certificate necessary. But with that Shepard-Towner Act that came out in 1921, they had it on the books, and then they really rolled it out with FDR. Now a birth certificate is required, as Edward Mandell House said, to register your biological property. So Old America, you had what they call state citizens or inhabitants of domestic states. In the New America, you have what they call U.S. citizens or federal citizens. Old America, you have people that were truly what they call sovereign, or closer to what you have now as, you know, as being free. They were sovereign versus the New America, you have corporate citizens, which are slaves. Old America, you had debt freedom. New America, you have a spiraling national debt. So what else? Old America, you had what they call unalienable rights. This is a good example of just how tricky the language is and how the language is used to ensnare and to enslave and to entrap people. When you say unalienable rights, it sounds the same as inalienable rights, right? Inalienable, unalienable, what's the difference? Doesn't it sound the same? Unalienable rights versus inalienable rights. What's the difference?
Exactly.
Unalienable rights are rights that are able to be liened. You can put a lien on those rights. You can put a claim. Those are rights that can't be liened. You can't put a lien on those rights. Unalienable rights. But inalienable rights, it means you're in a lien. Inalienable rights, in a lien. That means those rights can be liened on or taken. See how tricky they are?
Mm-hmm.
In the Old America, we presented ourselves without a lawyer. We presented ourselves, but today we represent or represent ourselves by fake lawyers. See why they use that word? I'm representing you. He's representing you.
Wow.
In the old days, they would present themselves without a lawyer. And it was illegal for lawyers to even be in the government. Old America, there was a Supreme Court of the people. New America, there is the Supreme Court of the federal government. with power taken away from the people. Old America, you have true public officials. New America, you have corporate officers impersonating public figures. Impersonating. They're not real. They're really working for a private organization. Now, Old America, you also have what they call autographs. Now, what's the difference between an autograph and a signature? We think it's the same thing, right? They never told us the difference. Autograph versus a signature. Autographs can only be made by flesh and blood humans. Signatures can only be made by corporations because corporations are not flesh and blood. See the difference?
Wow.
Old America, flesh and blood persons. New America, corporate fictions. Old America, continental U.S. versus a territorial U.S. Old America, you have the concept of lawful. New America, now you have the concept of legal. Not the same. Old America, you had congressmen. New America, you have a board of directors and trustees impersonating congressmen. Old America, you have 50 state republics. But in the New America, you have a corporate democracy, which is something you don't want to have. So back in those days, you had what they call law, but today you have something different. It looks like a law and it feels like a law, but it's really color of law. That's why they call it color of law, because it looks like a law, but it's not law. Just some examples of how things have changed. And these concepts are really reinforced. If you guys have ever watched the movie The Wizard of Oz, now that's something that I would watch for educational purposes. So if you guys want to watch that, I would actually highly recommend you watch it, because they drop all the clues right in The Wizard of Oz, and I'm going to show you how they do it. We're going to look at that movie real quick, and I'm going to show you exactly how that movie works. You ever seen the movie before, Lance?
Oh, yes, several times.
Okay, all right. You might even know. Let me see. Oops, get out of here. Computers. All right. Okay. I mentioned Ted 2 already. What was that other movie I mentioned? Wizard of Oz is another movie. Wizard of Oz really talks about this concept of straw man, about government owning you, about the people being chattel, etc. And it's funny, Ted 2, he was, like I mentioned, he was brown, a teddy bear, but that represented a black person. That's why they made him brown. That's why they made him brown. Now, Wizard of Oz. On one level, the Wizard of Oz is telling a veiled story about the oppression of the banking industry against the American peasant population. On one level. But it's also telling another story. So let me see here. Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz. So on one level, it's telling a story about the oppression of the banking industry against the American population. Because if you look at the Wizard of Oz, you have different characters like, you have the lion, right? The lion, he was a coward. Remember the story? He was a coward.
Right.
But he wanted to have courage, and courage would have been, I mean, you could say that you can compare the lion's courage to the outspokenness of a politician back in those days called William Jennings Bryan. William Jennings Bryan was a man who was against what they call the silver standard back in those days, because the money manipulators were trying to take the people off the silver standard because they wanted to control their currency back then. That was back around the time of the turn of the turn of the prior century, which would have been like in the late 1800s. That was called the populist era. And William Jennings Bryan was running for political office at that time. And he was very courageous. And then he actually became, they said he became uncourageous at one point because he didn't run again. So they used the lion to compare that to him, because he had a big mouth, he was outspoken, he had a great oratorical ability. And then you had, when the movie started, remember the movie started off in black and white. You wonder why it goes from black and white to color. That's odd. Why does it start black and white? You know, when it first starts off, it's like there's like a everything looks pretty barren. The land looks really, it looks like just like they look like they really poor. But it starts with a barren Kansas City landscape. And the reason why everything is in black and white is because they're signifying that the country has been in a depression. That's why it's black and white. And when you look at Oz, the Wizard of Oz, Oz is just short for ounces. Ounces like ounces of gold. And then you have the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow represented one of the two classes that were being oppressed by the bankers. The bankers were oppressing the industrial worker, represented by the Tin Man, and they were also oppressing and taking and foreclosing on the homes of farmers. So the farmers were oppressed, naive and oppressed. And then you had the Tin Man. Again, they were the industrial workers, and they were kind of the reason why he always needed to have oil. Remember, he always had it to be oil because he kept getting stiff. Because if he didn't have oil, his joints would freeze into he would just freeze. And the reason why the reason why he needed to be oiled was because that represented the American economy at that time, because the American economy was industrial based. It's an industrial based economy, and the bankers were manipulating the currency, and they were trying to take the silver out of the market, which was a big thing back in those days. They called it demonetization. They're going to demonetize silver and make it, you know, just take it out of circulation. And because they wanted to do that, and because the people really needed to have a free flow of silver to allow the economy to work the way it should, this was causing major problems in the economy. So the Tin Man represented how the economy was frozen into immobility by unemployment and dehumanized by the cold-blooded mechanization of industrialism. That's what that represented. And then the water that Dorothy used to against the Wicked Witch. The Wicked Witch would represent the bankers, and the water would liquidate the witch and end all of the people's problems, because water can that's why water is a liquid. So she would liquidate the bankers. And then you have the red slippers. The red slippers were actually silver but they couldn't put silver slippers in the movie because it would have been too inflammatory at the time. And it would have tied people back to the silver movement back in those days, and they didn't want to do that. So they made the slippers red instead of silver, because silver was the currency that the American needed to break the stranglehold of the bankers. And they were defeated basically by the little people, Dorothy and her dog. And then you had that March on Oz, which was equivalent to the March on Washington. There was an actual March on Washington during the populist movement, but they never talk about that. It was an anti-banking monopoly. And then you had the Wicked Witch of the East, the Wicked Witch of the Witch of the North. The Witch of the East was the Eastern banking faction. And then the Witch of the North, that was the Good Witch of the North, I think it was. That was the stronghold of where all the populist people lived in the North. So that was just one level of what they were talking about. But on another level, the Wizard of Oz is talking about something else. So when you look at the Wizard of Oz, it talks about America during the 1930s, after the stock market crash and after the bankruptcy of the U.S. government. So Kansas City, remember when she said, when it changed from where she was from Kansas, and then when she went to this other place, she said, this doesn't feel like Kansas City anymore.
I know.
She was in a different venue. She had been revenued. She had been revenued or revenued from Kansas, because Kansas was spelled differently back then. But then after 1933, after FDR, they started spelling Kansas in all the states with capital letters, signifying that they were corporations and corporate subsidiaries of the federal United States. So they started spelling Kansas, instead of spelling Kansas as Kansas, they started spelling Kansas with KS. That's a corporate entity now, completely different. They started spelling California, started spelling it out. Instead of spelling it out, they would spell it CA, capital C, capital A. New York, capital N, capital Y. Georgia, capital G, capital A. They didn't always used to do that, but they just signified that these are now corporate subsidiaries of the corporate United States. And I went into that in detail in part 1. You remember that, right?
Yep.
Okay. So then there's the tornado. Remember the tornado? That represented the stock market crash and the confusion that followed. You know, because it took Dorothy and Toto, because they call Toto for a reason. Toto means everything, because they planned to take all of their assets. They took them into a new artificial place. That artificial dimension was the place that we live in now, called the realm of maritime law. That's where we are right now. And so after the bankruptcy, Kansas was no longer Kansas. It was KS, an artificial corporate venue of the bankrupted United States. And that was under color of law. And that color of law, that's why they changed the black and white from black and white to color, to signify that you're under color of law now, not real law. And then the straw man is the straw man that we were talking about. You know, this all capital letter artificial representation of the American sovereign, once American sovereign. The straw man had no brain, because the straw man is an actual fictitious legal entity. It's not conscious, so it doesn't have a brain. And the straw man in the Wizard of Oz didn't have a brain either. And then he said, I think he said something like, I'd unravel every riddle for every individual in trouble or in pain. Then he said something like, I'm thinking about the Tin Man. But he didn't have a brain. He didn't have a brain because he was a straw man, because, again, he was a fictional entity. And the Tin Man, TIN stands for tax ID number. TIN.
Wow.
It's something that you didn't really need. You didn't really need a tax ID number back in those days. Before that, before the bankruptcy of 1933, you didn't need that. And a Tin Man is a hollow man, or a made of vessel, or a vehicle, you know? So both the Tin Man and the straw man are both artificial persons, because the Tin Man is not real. And because remember, the Tin Man didn't have what did he have? He didn't have was it a heart? I think it was a heart.
Right.
But the Tin Man, the Tin Man didn't have he didn't have a heart. He also carried an axe. And you know, an axe is if you look up the word axe, it's similar to the word ace, and ace is related to, you know, ace in a deck of cards is like the one above the king, right? And the axe also represents, you know, it's a symbol of somebody who's sovereign, or somebody who's free, which is what he was. And the lion, back to the lion was the king of the beasts. But there was another man in the movie, Professor Marvel. Professor Marvel said that when he came up, he had his little wagon. He was basically one of those snake oil salesmen selling, you know, stuff that people didn't really need. Basically a shyster. And he said that he was acclaimed by all of the crowned heads of Europe, past, present, and future. And he called himself Professor Marvel. And then he started talking about Isis and Osiris. All he's doing is indicating to you that he's involved in Freemasonry. Mm-hmm. And if he had this thing on his thing that says he's acclaimed by the crowned heads of Europe, past, present, and future, that means that he has a role in picking heads of state. He has a role in crowning and dethroning heads of state, because he wouldn't know about their past, present, and future unless he had a hand in that. And then let's see. We talked about the slippers. The yellow brick road, of course, that's the gold standard. We were on the gold standard, and they took us off the gold standard. When Dorothy and they went to that field, remember the poppy fields where they put everybody to sleep with those drugs?
Boy.
The only ones that didn't go to sleep, Dorothy and Toto went to sleep because they were flesh and blood. But the fictitious entities, the Scarecrow and the Tin Man, they didn't go to sleep because they're fictional entities. And then we talked about May Day already. May Day was that was the day that the Americans had to turn in all of their gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates by May 1st. Mm-hmm. That was the birth of communism. And that was also the birth of the Illuminati. May 1st, 1776? Yeah, May 1st, 1776. That was also the birth of the IRS.
Wow, never knew that.
And that's also the birth of the Communist International Workers' Holiday. All this is done on May the 1st. So, and then if you want, you guys can look up House Joint Resolution 192. It tells all that stuff is in there. And let's see what else we had. We have the Wicked Witch. She lived inside of a medieval round watchtower, like a symbol of the Knights Templar of Freemasonry. They were said to be the originators of the fraudulent debt-based scheme called fractional reserve banking. And they were also practitioners of witchcraft too, if you know anything about the Knights Templar. That's why she wore all black, and that's why she lived in that watchtower. And remember other things she said in the movie. Toto was really gentle with gentle people. How you spell gentle? G-E-N-T-L-E, right?
Oh, wow.
Doesn't it sound like Gentile?
Yeah.
she's really gentle with Gentiles, so she's not gentle with non-Gentiles. Who's a non-Gentile? What is she trying to say? Giving herself away. So Dorothy, she had to be revenued. She said she didn't feel like Kansas, I mentioned she didn't feel like she was in Kansas anymore. And then it was said that when, she always had the ability to go back to where she came from. In other words, when all of your legal complexities had been unraveled or simplified, your legal issues would vanish, And let's see what else. That axe, whenever you see that axe that the Tin Man had, you've seen on the dimes that if you have some of those old dimes, they have those, they have an axe and they have a bundle of rods and they're bound together. Those sticks are bound together with an axe on top.
Right.
That's the symbol of a sovereign or someone that has power. That's why when you go to back to Mussolini's fascist Italy, that was one of his symbols. If you go back to the Roman Empire, that was one of their symbols. If you go to the halls of Congress, they have those symbols of the fascists in the halls of Congress. A symbol of power. So the original American was considered to be a sovereign, so supposedly free or freer than they are now.
Wow.
And that's why the Tin Man had that axe. And NEM. Yeah, I mentioned about the Captain Marvel. Just meant he was a wizard. And he happened to be the same guy that was a wizard, the financial wizard, manipulating things behind the scenes in Oz itself. But what they were telling you was that he was hiding behind this big curtain, like he was some larger-than-life figure, and he was scaring the heck out of Dorothy and her entourage. But he was really just a confidence man. He really had no power whatsoever. And it took somebody that like Toto to prove that he had no power whatsoever, because Toto, the little dog, came up to the curtains and pulled the curtains away from the wizard to show that he was just a fraud. So it's a very, very, very interesting movie. What else? That's pretty much it. So now you know the reason why so many. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So now you guys know, right?
Disinformation.
Disinformation?
Yeah, you blew my mind with this thing, man. I'm looking at every single detail of everything around me.
Look at everything. Everything.
Wow.
And look at it twice. Sometimes you have to look at it more than once.
Investigate everything.
Yep. Especially in this world. It's not even real.
You ain't lying.
I'm trying to think of the name of that other movie. It wasn't Ted 2. It was The Matrix, Ted 2, Wizard of Oz. But then there's some other movies too. But Wizard of Oz is I'm trying to think if there's another movie. Just be something for somebody to watch. But like I said, Ted 2 was one, but Ted 2 was so nasty. I mean, I was just totally turned off by that movie. But basically, you guys now know the reason why there's so many water-based or nautical terms existing in the language. And by now, you guys are fully aware of the type of law that you really have and how this relates to you and what your place is in it. And you guys know a little bit about the history, about how we got to this point, how we arrived at this point. And so that being said, what can we do about it? What is the remedy? I hate when somebody tells me about a problem and they never give me a solution. Give me at least something, you know. A lot of people do that, but I don't think they do it consciously. Some people, they don't necessarily do it in a mean-spirited way. But basically, to get redress, we have to go through the International Criminal Court and the International World Court. But, you know, nationality and status is key. So the key is that we have to be a nation state. And a nationhood status is the only way to get land, reparations, compensatory damages, or any type of monetary redress. But the challenge is, since we in our present state are currently outside of the law of nations, we are outlaws in that sense. In that sense, we are outlaws. We're captives inside of a corporation and within the confines of a make-believe corporate jurisdiction or authority. And since we're in a corporate or inside of a corporation, you're also considered to be property. A non-person and non-persons or dead unconscious corporate legal fictions have no status in this illusionary maritime matrix you've been tricked into. We've all been tricked into. You're considered to be lost at sea, as I mentioned repeatedly. We're all considered to be lost at sea, so that gives them the right to plunder our estate. You know, just like they did the character Robinson Crusoe in the story earlier. So basically, to have our own nation, we need to have a number of things. And to have a nation, you ever think about what a nation constitutes or what you need to have a nation? To have a nation, basically, we have to have our own stuff. We have to have our own embassy. We have to have our own constitution. We have to have our own government. We have to have our own law and legal canon. We have to have our own food, which we already have. We have to have our own music. We have to have our own dress code to identify ourselves. You know, when you see Hindus, what do they dress in? They have their own dress code. You might think it looks funny, but they're proud. And my hat goes off to them. They have, you know, we have to have our own deities. We have to have our own rites and rituals. We have to have our own spiritual practices and ancestral practices. Mm-hmm. We have to have our own flag. We have to have our own holidays. We have to have our own language. We have to have our own doctrine. We have to have our own land. We have to have our own armed forces, of course. You know, we have to have all of those things. You know, it sounds like a lot, but, you know, what if I told you we already have those elements in place? What if I already told you that we have such a nation state? And what if I told you that a man already set this up in 1992? And when he set that up, the enemies plotted and conspired to set him up. And then they made their move against him based on trumped up charges and placed him in prison. And then they ridiculously claimed over 10,000 counts of child molestation, but none of those charges were even true. And none of those charges could even stick. And because he was always busy writing books to elevate our thinking. And not only did the star witnesses in the case recant their false testimony, but it was also determined that some of their testimonies were, some of the people testifying were the real child molesters. So the government knew this and told them that if they didn't give incriminating testimony, that they themselves will be charged with the molestation that they engaged in themselves if they didn't go against Malachi. And that's what we're talking about, Dr. Malachi Z. York. Mm-hmm. So we have our own embassy in Philadelphia. We have our own canon. What is that? What is a canon? A canon is a body of principles, rules, standards, and norms. You know, most people think of Roman Catholicism and how it's a regulation or a dogma decreed by a church council. And this is true, but we have our own canon, which is a set of you know, like I mentioned, precepts, rules, principles, standards, and norms of ways of doing things, ways of settling disputes. So, you know, he's done all of these things. You know, he's the catalyzing agent, as I like to use that term, but we are the active ingredient if we choose to be. get this chemical reaction started. But like I said, I've talked about him before in greater detail in some of my earlier videos, and I put on this platform, for about the last month or a little bit over a month, starting with my first video. I think it was Plandemic. And so, like I mentioned, his name is Dr. Malachi Kobina York, Malachi Z. York, Pandabab Yanun, among many other titles. He has both African and Native American roots. His African side is via a Ghanaian mother of the Igbo tribe, or the Iwe tribe, I believe, of the Akan clan. And he has a Sudanese father of the Dongolowe tribe. And of course, the government was so concerned about these children being molested that when they raided the land where those pyramids were built in Eatonton, Georgia, and they call it Eatonton, Georgia because those people were cannibalizing people. Their forefathers were actually committing cannibalism, and that's the history of Eatonton, Georgia. That's why they call it that. But when they raided the land where these pyramids were built in Eatonton, Georgia, they made sure to bring plenty of body bags, refrigerators, and to point machine guns at the heads of those children, some of whom have parents that I personally know on a first-name basis. But that's a whole nother story. So no matter whether you are basically on the planet, if you identify with as Black or Black descendant, this pertains to you because we all have a common plight. It doesn't matter if you're, it doesn't matter whether you're a Black Assyrian, Black Palestinian, or a Black Mesopotamian, Black Fijian, Black Melanesian, Black Polynesian, what other land? Black Micronesian, Black Indian from America, or a Black Indian from the subcontinent of India. It doesn't matter if you're a Black Hawaiian or a Black Brazilian or a Black Peruvian, Black Japanese, Black Chinese, or Filipino. Doesn't matter if you're Black Colombian, Puerto Rican, or Central American. Doesn't matter if you're, Mexican, Black Caribbean Islander, Black Haitian, Black Jamaican, Trinidadian, Australian, of course, Black African. And with regard to Africans, African states are corporate assets too, because those fake colonial lines of demarcation called borders are arbitrary and created to draw, or basically drawn on a map by the human beast himself. So Africa, I ask Africa this question: what is the legacy of the human beast on the African continent? What was gifted to you, Africa, by the human beast? What did he bequeath to you of any value? I can give you an idea of what he gave you. I would say he gave you caveman codes of conduct, a caveman educational system, a caveman system of electoral politics. He gave you a profit-driven caveman medical system, a caveman network of plotting and scheming Masonic orders, a caveman legal system, a caveman social hierarchy. He also gave you a caveman system of male dominance. And don't forget, he also gave you a caveman monetary system with caveman currencies, denominated in both caveman and cavewoman images, not your own. You got caveman political ideas, caveman political strongman, sellout puppet thugs who are extensions of the caveman masters. He also gave you caveman cultural practices. Of course, he gave you caveman religious adoration and worship. He gave you a caveman value system meshed with an incompatible African one. And judging from the content of your African cinema, you have a caveman propagation of materialism and individualism. And if you want to recapture the minds of African children, this has to stop. And also you have caveman parliamentary procedures where African members don caveman headdresses and powder European wig hairstyles, which is totally ridiculous. You have oppressive caveman rules, regulations, statutes, and codes. But remember, statutes are for corporate legal fictions and come from caveman legal trickery. So you also have a caveman, all caps, legal persona straw man legal fiction system of caveman legal enslavement. And of course, you have a caveman landmass, which is not really Africa, but a colonial construct, built of, for, and by remote controlling caveman French, British, and Chinese rulers. And then you have caveman corporations you call countries: Mali, Botswana, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Mozambique. All of these are corporate subsidiaries of Western caveman corporations insofar as they're created in the image and likeness of their caveman originators. And if you're in another man's image, then you're not truly a sovereign nation. So what you really have is a black continent and white face. Now, back to our remedy. For us to escape this matrix, and we're all in this together because it doesn't matter where we are located on the planet, we have to reclaim our status as indigenous planetary beings instead of being corporate human assets. We have to become a part of a nation state and elevate our women back to their proper position as the first planetary rulers and planetary governors, as I explained in my first 5-part series, When She-Ros Ruled the World. So we talked about what a nation state consists of. A nation state is I believe I did. A nation state is basically a body politic. Well, we basically have our own stuff. And that's what we need. Right now, like I said, we're in the confines of a corporate prison inside of an alien jurisdiction. And what we need to do is, like I mentioned, Robinson Crusoe, like our current status in North America, our corporate assets are in, our inheritance is being secretly stolen and plundered, and we continue to be looked upon as legally dead and lost at sea. But like I mentioned, the remedy is already here. It's already set up. I mean, I don't personally know anyone else who has resurrected an ancient 50,000-year-old language. I don't know anyone else that has transcribed all of the Abrahamic religious doctrines, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. I don't know anyone else that has transliterated Judaism, Christianity, Islam, those Abrahamic doctrines. I don't know anybody else that has translated the Abrahamic doctrines of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam that are enslaving the minds of our people. I don't know anyone else that has unlocked the original languages of the 3 Abrahamic religions. I don't know anyone else that's responsible for producing such a mountain of facts as this man Malachi. I mean, I don't know anyone else that's written over 1,000 books for the mental elevation and spiritual uplift of the people. And I don't know anyone else who's teaching the essential science of eugenics or genetic upgrades, which means good genes. You know, that man is, if you want change, you have to breed a nation of messiahs into existence like we did once before. You know, in times past, the Egyptian priests of men would select the mates for male and female unions, and if it was all based on DNA compatibility. And if the blood of one attacked the blood of the other, then they were not compatible. They were not a suitable match. This was all based on the science of eugenics. But now we're practicing screwgenics. You may wonder why so many people divorce or break up. You know, we're reproducing haphazardly on the basis of looks and not genetics.
There you go.
We're doing this because we've been reared by cavemen to be individuals, to do your own thing and not think about the collective. So Africans were successful before because they had a group ideology and not, or versus an individualist mindset. And now look how far that individualism has taken us, and look at the children we're producing. So in closing, if you want a remedy, the remedy is already here. And if you want to know more about the remedy, I'd urge you to review some of the links after this video, or go to some of the videos I produced over the last month for more information, to better acquaint yourself with this information or this individual that is actually in our midst before it's too late. And that's what I wanted to say.
Beautiful. Beautiful, my brother. Wow, you put it down smooth tonight.
I had a bad sore throat.
Well, you know what? We didn't know it, and you sound well, and we have a cerebral doggy bag to feast from for the next few days. Seriously.
Well, I just want our people to be free, man. That's it.
You're doing an excellent job, brother. You're doing an excellent job, and I'm glad that I'm here, and I'm glad that you chose this platform to share, and I'm just forever indebted to you that way. Because for me to sit here and just, be captivated, it's some of that, I went up certain roads where I kind of knew certain things, that you took it further. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it's now I have to digest this tonight, and just really absorb this, and this connects other dots for me too, when I really think about it. And that's why you have to keep on pounding it, pounding it, pounding it. Not just, one time here, one time there, but just you have to live this. So, for all I've learned tonight, it'll make me more aware for when I check out things even more, because I'm seriously going to be going into a deep state of meditation and focus inward and really questioning myself about a lot of things that I'm doing and getting rid of I'm not going to say the bad. There is no bad, but there's stuff that's not as effective, and to become a more effective human being on all levels. And that should be the constant drive and journey, that every day to make yourself incrementally a bit better than you were the day before. And in that growth, it may not always come at the same speed. Sometimes you have a point where you're really going fast and it slows down. It's like any racetrack. You don't speed on the turns, you slow down a little bit, but it's very interesting. And like I say, it's just taken me to a whole different place, even myself personally in my development, and wow.
Yeah, you mean so many different types of people, and you're exposed to so many different types of people. That's a wonderful. It's like you're the epicenter of this whole movement. It's like a movement.
Somebody told me that the other day, and it's like, wow, really? I mean, I could see that, but then you never thought that, like I say, I call myself a platform, right? So I don't take credit for what anybody does, but I'll willingly be the plate, that meeting place, that stadium, along those lines. Yeah, that way, because with me, there's no ego. And I'm just glad to be in this place. I'm just glad to be at this junction point, like a nightclub owner who owns a club, and they have 10 other clubs up and down the block, but they all come to that club. So, and there's other clubs, there's other stores in the mall. It's not a problem at all, but to go so smoothly over the years and just be in this zone is a wonderful thing, because now things are effortless. The energy's out there. People see, I don't have to reach and come be a guest. People see what it's all about, and they say, hey, I really appreciate that. And they come, you wake up every morning with 3 or 4 options and 10 options, and you do as much as you can with the time that you have. Because even when I'm sitting here and I'm doing some things way for things like a year and a half, 2 years from now. So when people see it, they say, man, I thought about that. Somebody asked me about the app. I made the app in 2013, 7 years ago, but I was thinking about now. So I don't get caught up into the now, and that's it. I'm always projecting for the future. But one thing, history never changes. They can only try to hide it. And when you open it up and see what it really is, it kind of pushes you more to the future, Yes. But it's always having a proper present. Because if you don't have a proper present, you're not productive in the present, there is no future for you, Right.
That's true.
So I'm not going to be a spectator in life. This is why I work hard every single day.
Well, that's one thing I like about you. You don't waste any time. Time is not something that you have the luxury of wasting. Time is a gift, and that's something that is to be maximized. And you can't compare yourself to some other people, because you have a different mission in life and a different walk in life. And you can't look at, well, this person has more money than me or more material. I don't care anything about any material stuff.
Yeah. See, the thing is, like,
that's not the yardstick. That's not the proper yardstick to measure.
That's from my upbringing, man. I was never somebody peeping at somebody else. I was made to appreciate the talents that were put into me, and the seeds of greatness that were put into me, just to manifest them. So I really didn't go through that adolescent period of insecurity. I had a lot of reasons to be very confident. So this is why my life feels like longer than what it is in the 57 years I've been here. But I didn't have that. I was groomed to always have confidence in whatever I do. And I just, if I was a very secure and confident young man, how am I going to be an insecure older guy? So I'm not built to have a midlife crisis. All those things, even like yourself, in your background in the physical art of bodybuilding and the cerebral things that you study and your life course, you're just not built to be this weak vessel like that. I'm not saying you're weak if you have to go through certain phases, but I was groomed. Look at Mike Tyson. From 13, 14 years old, he was groomed to be the heavyweight champ of the world. And at 20 years old, that's what he was. Yeah. You see what I mean? So it seems like a long time ago. It was just the other day on a scale of time, but he was built for that, so that these things don't happen. So when people come at me with their insecurities, and because I can't apologize if I know what it is that I want to do, and I'm not insecure about it. I'm confident, but I'm not cocky. All that being said, I'm a servant. You can't be a good servant if you're insecure. You cannot be. You must know your mission, know what it is that you do. I don't care if you're scrubbing toilets. Be confident in that. Walk tall in that. Insecurity and this doubt and this thing, this is put in us by somebody who wanted to oppress us. My mind was shielded from that from young. I don't have those things, so I never had to go through copying people. You know, I can say we come from an era where individuality was the sugar honey iced tea. We weren't trying to be cookie cutter. Okay, that one wears this and I got to wear that. No. Right. You wear that, I'm trying to be something else. And the something else is to dig deep and bring out the uniqueness inside of me. You know, and it's just like something Mike Tyson said the other day. Tyson Fury said, the guy who beat Deontay Wilder and has a part of the heavyweight championship. He says, I can beat anybody. If I fought Mike Tyson, I could have beat him. And so in an interview, they posed that question to Mike Tyson. He says, well, what am I supposed to say? He's supposed to think that. You know, when you're in that position, you would never get there if you didn't believe in yourself and know what's inside of yourself. Right. So that's the way I'm wired. I can't think I can't think mediocre. It always has to be the best. It always has to be not competing with anyone else, but the best from that I can offer. And a lots of times it ends up being a little superior, but that's somebody else's fault for not putting in the work. You know what I mean? I can't apologize for that. Right. Nor can I hold myself back because somebody else is dragging. Well, you know, I can't shine so much because it might make them feel bad. I can't do that. Because again, as a servant, if I'm excellent, that makes the people that I serve even look more excellent. You see, because you put your work in and we combine. And then now, boom, combined on the platform, you shine. But no superstar wants to perform in a dingy, poorly lit, dangerous stage where you might fall through. No, you deserve this because you put the work in.
Yeah, this is the best platform for me. Because like I said, I don't like the infighting. I don't want to be associated with that. I don't want my name to be associated with that.
No, exactly. Even the trolls who don't change their IP addresses.
Oh yeah, they change their IP addresses. I mean, isn't there something
they change their profile pages and the IP address is the same. Like I don't know hackers. You know what I mean?
You know, those people can be found. You know, it's so easy to. Yeah. You know.
Then they say, "Man, I can't find the page no more." I'm looking at it like,
IP address gives them away. The IP address gives them away.
Exactly. You know, that's
I don't know. They're just juvenile, man.
You leave a hole in the screen, the mosquitoes will come. So it's just going to be that way. You know, it's just amazing.
Yeah. Well, I got lucky that I was even able to get on here tonight. I thought he'd probably be so busy with so many people. Because everybody has a story to tell, you know? Yeah. But I have a lot of stories to tell. I have a lot. This is just really pales in comparison to what I really want to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, really. Everything I've told you thus far, people think, oh, this is fantastic. And the other stuff, when I did Nazi Germany and the Polarity War, they thought that was great. Yeah, that was interesting information, but I'm going to take you way deeper than that.
That's amazing. Yeah, no, man.
Yeah, but how many people on the line?
293, but it got high up 330 something, 340 something at one point.
Wow.
I'm actually doing like a couple of things on different computers while I sit here. And you know, I keep things rolling. I'm always multitasking. Sometimes I'm on the phone writing articles until the phone drops out my hand.
How many computers you have? How many?
I have four. Well, no, four. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Really?
I have 2 put away. I have 3 out. Mrs. SCURV has a Mac that I'm looking to thief. She's got the best one, the big, you know. But
she got a Mac.
Yeah. But I'm a PC guy, and she bought
Me
that.
too.
Yeah, I don't like Macs, but now that I'm finding out that they have so many free programs built in and everything, I said, listen, I'm the one who should be having that computer. You know, you going to check your emails and stuff. You're checking your emails on a Mac, and I'm sitting here doing graphics and doing stuff. And a friend of mine is like, what are you doing? I'm like, okay, I gotta. So I proved to her that because she always has the best computer in the house, usually. But then she got that Mac, and I was like, wait a second, you know, okay. That's like getting a Lamborghini to go to the grocery store and pick up a few things. Come on, man. You know, but I'm the race car driver, and I'm going up there in an old pickup truck. You know what I mean?
Let me ask you, what do you think about? Because I have security on all my computers, but what do you think about having security on computers? I had to talk to a guy that's a computer guy that says you don't really need security. I'm like, well, how do you stop a virus from getting at your computer?
Well, I'm not actually the computer. I'm an internet guy. I'm not really a computer guy per se. I have people.
Oh,
yeah. I make that. I never try to come off like that. But really, for me, have that computer that you want to have protected, that you want to go anywhere. The other computers for me only go certain places. They do not go to any uncertified websites or anything like that. I have I have an older computer which still looks new, and it's not really older. It's just that I go through computers. I work computers. I work. Really? Oh yeah, I work. My computers are. I got maybe 8 hours of 9 hours of footage and content to upload, but I'm gonna probably hit the sack earlier tonight, so we won't see that until tomorrow night. I got a good amount, and then I'm gonna do live stuff, but I'll be working on the recorded stuff, so it'll be bang, 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 bang. So we'll have stuff 24 hours. But then when I like tonight, I'm gonna rest. But something tells me just rest earlier, which for some people is like 2 a.m. Man, what you mean that's early for me? I didn't get to bed last night until I think it was 5:30 in the morning, and I'm supposed to be getting more rest, right? But the show we did yesterday, the live show, was 6.5 hours long. And then I was working on the Michael Hamer that I put up, I think it was around 8 o'clock. And I had other stuff to put up, and I said, I have another interview with a young man who's revolutionary with growing stuff in the farms and stuff. I'm going to work on that tomorrow. And Kimberly gave me 5 hours of footage. I'm not going to chop it up, but there were gaps because she was on the truck. And so I have to make sure the gaps are cut out. Then over here at the house, we had some brothers come over, and they explained the real deal about weed, marijuana. And that's a fabulous recording. And that was maybe like 2-3 hours, maybe 2.5, but maybe I'll only put up like an hour and a half of it, because after a while we went off topic. Some people went to the bathroom. We stopped. I want to make it where it's right to the point, but we went off the topic. But I think it was like maybe a good hour, Jamaican accent at all, about, this brother who was raised with marijuana. I don't mean raised like the parents said, go out there. But that was when he got to his computer and studied things, very knowledgeable on marijuana, the business of it, the GMO stuff, what they've done to it, and why it's missing the spiritual element. And the audio is going to be crystal clear because he was right here in front of me.
When is that coming out? That's something I'm
gonna have it tomorrow. I have it tomorrow. When I wake up, I'm gonna start working on all these things, because remember, I have to create banners for them. Because it's not like it was a live video. It was just audio, because he did not want, of course, to put his face out there. That's everybody's right, whatever level you want to do. So, I mean, I know him. I know his name. I know everything about him. We're good friends, but, we wanted to do it that way. And then we had some other input and stuff like that. And then we got into other things, and, I made it comical. I had some little rants in there and stuff like that. So I really don't, I think it's got to be like 2 hours, at least 2.5 hours, 2 hours. But It the worst, after the gaps are cut out, it'll be a very entertaining, very compelling hour and a half. Oh, I'll say about 2 hours, And then
everybody should hear that, because all the people buying it are blacks. I see them lining up to buy that stuff. I'm surprised, but
so
maybe I should.
But but that's the thing, a lot of people don't know, and a lot of the bottom line is, and I'm not telling anything that would make it or spoil it for you, but the bottom line is the white man has gone down to places like Jamaica, studied this thing, brought it here under the whole medical marijuana thing, and removed many components that are actually, even though it's a plant and and you smoke it, there's spiritual components to it. It gets you high, but it doesn't bring you the spiritual enlightenment that it's supposed to bring in its fullest form, because they have changed. They've made it GMO weed. And you get a high, but you're imbalanced,
People don't even know that. People don't even know that.
Yeah, but he was breaking that part down, and most black folks don't even know that. And so now these people now are smoking this thing that it gets you high, but you keep coming back because you're missing something from it. There's an element to it in balance that you need to have. So imagine eating an apple that has all the nutrition taken out of it. You're eating the apple, you can taste the sugar that's in there, but the nutritional value has been removed. So you still crave the nutritional value So you continue to eat because you're not getting it. It's just like with junk food. When you eat junk food, there's no nutritional value. It's cheap calories. So you're undernourished and overfed. But when you have food that may be lower in calories, that's full of nutrition, you eat, you're done, you don't consume too many calories, and you move about the earth and you naturally control your weight. So the same thing with this marijuana. You can get the high, but you miss out on that spiritual element that a Bob Marley would smoke and get this creative thing. You're not getting at with this particular type of weed. He broke down the different types. One other thing that was interesting, I mean, this is like a preliminary, right? That he said was that, the Caucasian has brought the weed here and he grows it artificially with the lamps inside in a protected environment. And my friend said that, because we're not mentioning his name, but my friend said, you're missing the spiritual element because they may say that it's a sunlight or full range light, but there's no way that an artificial lamp can be as full range as the sun. And if they can prove it, it's not just the width of the range, but the depth of the range. Because see, the sun has a spiritual element to it that many of us don't even are aware of. And this is why they're trying to keep us out of the sun, keep us socially distant, keep us with the mask on so we don't even acknowledge each other's faces. We become non-entities that are just moving around us. We don't make a connection because of the face. We can't see a smile. You see what I mean?
Yep.
So they know what they're doing. They're disconnecting this and removing the spiritual element. And so even with this, every single thing they do in the food, the social distancing, staying inside, and all of this stuff is disconnecting us from nature and each other, which makes it easy for us to be frustrated, sun depleted, nutrition depleted, go in any supermarket. And I'm quite sure you notice, and then other people notice, that you go into the supermarket, what's the aisle that's emptiest the most? The chips and the junk food and the crackers are gone. See? The meat is gone, but the vegetables are still there. See, so we're sitting around eating this bad stuff, empty calories, or we're setting up really for a really rough year. We're doing it to ourselves. And so speaking about the weed, the depth of the sun's range, not just full range, but the depth of it. Let me tell you something. One thing I know, and I've said this before in other shows, as an artist, when I'm drawing, there are times when I'm inside and, you use the yellow bulb, you use a light, you strain your eyes when you read like that. Then you purchase these full range so-called sunlights, and it's a little better. But when you draw, I don't care how tired you are, when you draw or read in the sun, you could wake up after 3 hours of sleep, your eyes are tired for a little while, but it wakes up your eyes deeply, and you never get tired reading or doing anything fine print in the sun. Isn't that amazing?
No, you don't. It's good for your eyes. It's very good for your eyes. You don't have to look directly at it, but you can look at the sun. It's great for your eyes.
Yeah, exactly. So there are many things that we take for granted, and they know about us. And this is why they're trying to block the sun. Like even now, the weather is just so overcast and rainy all the time. We're not getting our sun. So you have to look at it like there's a battery inside of you, and you need to charge up. So whenever there's sun, I'm going to be outside charging up. When it goes away, I have enough stores that I can survive without going into the negative. And the negative or the negative emotions, negative thoughts, all those things. Rest, going with the whole, look, if I stay up till 4 or 5 in the morning, you think I'm going to stay inside sleeping when there's sun outside? I may go outside and still sleep in the sun. Yes.
You should.
Yes. That way I don't, you're resetting, you're recalibrating. But if you get away, here's another thing we got to be careful for. We get up we'll make ourselves get up in the morning. Oh, there was no sun. Nobody's really working as much. So you know what? I'll try to keep my hours. But if there's no sun, you don't recalibrate. You have to get into the sun so your sun resets your internal clock. The sun controls all of that, how your organs work. You stay out of the sun long enough, all other factors being what you would call normal, you stay out of the sun long enough, I bet you start to become constipated. Yes, it regulates everything.
It regulates everything. Your circadian rhythms. It really does. It really. People don't understand the importance of the sun.
Exactly.
And people don't understand the importance of the earth. I really would like to talk about that.
Yes. I mean, get in the earth, dig a hole, put your feet in there up to your knees, and sit there like that as much as you can. I'm not saying go down to your up to your neck, but get your hands on earth. If you go to the beach,
this planet is our savior. This planet really is our savior.
But see, this is the thing. All of the electric blue light, is it the light that comes from the computer that stores up in your body and it's not good? Go out there and stand in the soil, and directly it drains you of that type of energy. It comes out.
Yeah, neutralizes it.
Yeah.
That's true.
Circuit yourself. Become part of the circuit. Put your feet in the soil and sun gaze and lay back as much as you can. And really understand that it's also like a solar panel, your body. You can't be dressed up to your neck and look at, with just your face. Oh, I got sun today. Do you take a little solar panel and put up a tiny little solar panel, look like a plate of food, and put it up on your roof and expect you got to get as much solar panels as you can to catch as much?
You should be absorbing that energy on a daily basis.
So if you can find a place where you can, become scantily clad or even naked, that's better. Don't think it's craziness. I'm telling you, you're feeding into your health.
It's not crazy.
Let the sun hit your genitalia. No homo. Pull out your backside. Let the sun hit your backside. All up in there. Yeah, you need sun. But it's what the sun don't shine. That doesn't apply to me. The sun shines on me every part of my body.
Everywhere.
It's a very, very healthy thing.
That's why I like to talk about that, because I see a lot of people, indigenous people. They can be indigenous Latin Americans. They can be indigenous Africans. They can be indigenous Asians. They think that they are making doing a great thing when they trade off their old ways and traditions for these so-called modern advances. And it's really retarding them culturally and also from a health standpoint, from many other standpoints. But I like to break down the science on that, because as you know, I don't just talk about one particular topic. I talk about all types of things. I like to limit myself.
That's amazing, though, for real.
Well, I like to be multidimensional, and I like to cover a lot of, I like to cover many different topics. I have many different interests.
Right.
I'm not just interested in one thing,
Exactly.
And to be a well-rounded teacher, you need to know about a lot of different things anyway. So
that's right. That's right. And there's so many things to get in sync. It's not, and this is one thing I learned training years ago. It's not like any one thing. If the more things you can do to get your body in shape and to get yourself in sync, the better, because there's so many factors involved. Like not to go too deep, like a person who says, "Oh, I want to burn some fat, so I'm going to starve myself," but you hurt the muscle. Why not do a little, a little aerobics and cardio a little bit, and then walk a little extra, do a little extra. Make sure you get rest, because when you don't get your sleep, your body holds on to fat. The hormones come out and it's harder. And see, all these things, all these factors, once you master the factors a little bit across the board, you'll be all right. Instead of thinking you have to go play the Rocky music, break the egg in the glass, and get up early in the morning and be suffering. You don't have to suffer. Everything can be, when you do it smooth, it's effortless. You know what I mean? Just try to be more efficient. That's all.
Yeah, you're right.
And the last thing I wanted to say about the sunlight is, it's cool. You have to make it hit all of your body. And the people say, well, between 10 and 2, you shouldn't. That's a bunch of malarkey. That's for them. That's for them. You want
that noon anyway.
Right. And of course, if you're not getting it and you go out there, you're dehydrated, you got to be careful, but you work your way up. But you want all of that. Now, there's a benefit in that early sun, 8, 9, 10. There's certain benefits to that. There are other benefits to the strong one. When it's the strong, between 10, and 2, or 11 and 1, turn your back to the sun and make it hit your back against your spine. The rate of absorption is higher when it's hitting your back, your nervous, system, all up and down your backside. And if, like I said, the rule of the thumb, if you can completely get nude and also make it hit the bottom of your feet, you know what I mean? And in that way, like I said, you'll absorb so much more. If you have a yard space and you say, well, I don't know if anybody can see me. Well, if you can see a window, somebody can see you. You know what I mean? So try to get where you can get that kind of sun, or if you have to put something up around you where you can lay out and get that. I mean, if you try to get 8 hours a day, cool. But if you can get 2 and 3 a day consistently and more, like people who work in the sun all the time, that's the more the merrier. We're supposed to be out there in it. Don't let nobody fool
Well,
you.
with people of the sun, that's our. We are genetically connected to the sun. We are the planet. We are the sun. We are the universe.
Yes, yes,
We're all
exactly.
that.
But we've been trained in a wicked system to be away from it ourselves. And like I said, when I was in Ghana last year, it changed my life and the things that I saw, especially the deeper we ventured out into the, I can't say country, that it doesn't bring enough of the, it wasn't country, it was deep into, I can't even say wild because it was so
Wonderful
orderly.
place.
Oh
That's
man.
a wonderful place.
Oh man, I can't wait. Like I said,
Wonderful place.
when I get back over there, I'm going to bring some phenomenal footage, and I'm going to be, I'm more prepared now. I wasn't as prepared. I brought a lot of stuff with me that I didn't need, and not enough of what I did need, but I know what to do now. And I'm even preparing for it on so many different levels with the electronics and the cameras. And now I have a team out there that I've connected with that they do documentaries, they do photography, they do all this stuff. Yeah, I'm ready. They're calling me. We speak at least once a week, and I'm with that particular crew and many others that I've met over there. I have a lot of connections over there, and we're talking, you know, and we're gonna make it happen. Trust me, trust me. And I'm studying. There's things I gotta learn over here too. You know.
Wow.
Yeah, we're gonna be going all up in some places, and there's nothing that you won't know about over there because we're not just gonna narrate stuff. I'm gonna go out in the street every day for at least 4 or 5 hours in the city and out in the country parts and talk to people.
Go to the country.
Yeah.
It's funny when I watch those African movies. I always go to the village movies.
It's not.
I don't have time to watch it, but if I do want, you know, I do. I just something about being in the village, and I don't know. Let
me tell you, man. There were some villages in some small areas. I can't even call them cities. They were just villages, and they had a main road. These are the nameless places that I couldn't remember to even tell you. But in traveling all over, like I said, we traveled all over Ghana, and we would stop over in some of these places, and they were smaller, they were more simple, but they were bustling, and it was interesting to see like that they had the different phone company, like the cell phone plans and different things, and you're looking at these names of companies that you don't know, and you're looking at these, and they have the same commerce going on as you would see in any big city, but it was more reduced, and it was just a whole different feel, and you could see by the things that they purchased, things that they weren't even looking that we, I'm not saying you or I, anybody here, but the ones who are worldly, like I didn't see any Louis Vuitton bags out there. They weren't even paying that no mind. They didn't care about that. Everything was about family and it was hardworking people and just collective group economics, man. It was just beautiful to see.
It.
That's
it.
I saw Bentleys, not in the little villages, but in the cities. I saw Bentleys and Benzes and BMW, all the things you want to see. I saw all of that over there. And even in their use of it, it wasn't like they're looking at me like, yeah, look at me and my whatever. They were so full of confidence and, the old school ways of the character. It was more about the character.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so there was none of that. If you didn't have name brand, whatever, it didn't matter. That wasn't even in existence there. And it was such a relief to get away from, I'm not saying Black people here in America, but some who think that way and they glance you and look at you like, oh, I'm looking you up and down. You don't have what I have. Oh, come on. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're choking yourself off from life. And it was, I don't want to be around that. That's why, for the most part, even though I'm very popular on social media, I'm very much a hermit. You know what I mean?
Man, I'm both. I can be a hermit
too,
and I can be popular too. So, I go back and forth.
Exactly. But yeah, brother, get some rest, man. You know me. I'll talk your ears off. I'll be up here for the next 3 or 4 hours. Like I always
can talk too. I just it's just easy for me to talk now that I'm not like talking because like I said, I have a sore throat and I just don't know where it came from.
One request that I'll have of you one day, I want you and I to have a deep discussion about bodybuilding and talk about the dark side of it. We all know the possible benefits done within reason, but the dark side, which I know hands-on and I know you can bring factually, and how scary a thing it is and how it's good to do it and still live and not overdo certain things and end up not seeing the age of 30 or 40 because so many are dying right now, and dying, and as it is brought to the people on a commercial level, your youngsters, be careful when they get into it, because it can
Yes.
become a thing where they fixate on it so much, and it will consume them, and they'll find themselves doing all kind of things. You know, it's driven by this society, the Instagram era, you know, the social media era, and the whole thing about looks and looks and looks. You know, I did it,
Yes.
and never did any drugs or anything like that, but I did it, and I saw people overdo and get into the drugs, street drugs, to keep themselves in shape, to not eat the cocaine. I've seen guys snort cocaine in the gym, in the locker room, before they worked out, and they were on a strict diet.
I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
I was
I mean, I've seen
when
it.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, why would you even spend all this time in the gym? I don't understand. I don't get it. I'm like, well, if you do drugs, you'll be inclined to do steroids. If you do steroids, you'll do drugs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's scary enough, and it was an epidemic back then, but most people weren't aware of it. It's just that they're aware of it now. It was epidemic to me back in the late 70s and early 80s when I started competing. Like I said, my first show was January 1980, right? And it was bad back then. It was bad back then, but it's worse now. It's worse now. It's off the chain. These guys are killing us. They're killing their hormone system, and they're walking around. I mean, they have enough hormones in them for 10 men for a lifetime. The things they take, and it's so bad. It's in boxing. It's in baseball.
Like that.
It's in cycling. It's in even little sports that you wouldn't even believe. You know, show me the handball championships, and one of the two of them guys in there on drugs. It's crazy. And even the casual. Oh, I want to look good for the wedding this summer, so I'm going to do a couple cycles and, you know, hit the gym. Or you hit the gym, and the guys, when they first get in there, they say, okay, I'm going to train for a month. I'll do that just to get used to it. But what cycle do I use? You know, what growth hormone do I use? You know, like black market drugs. And the guys who...
And it's expensive too.
Yeah, of course. And your body's not made for that, man. And most of these guys, the guys like
they selling their buck to get they selling their buck to get some of them things.
Of course. This is why this is the code word, and I'll let you go after this. This is the code word that they use in things like Craigslist. But I don't think Craigslist has the personals anymore, because that was a sex-driven thing. A lot of sex crimes were committed through that. But they still have where different categories where the word is sponsors. Professional bodybuilder, top amateur, seeking a sponsor. That sponsor is pretty much going to be that rich doctor that has a lot of money, and he wants your backside. And you better give up that backside and be his boy toy to be serviced anytime you want to even live with him. If he's going to sponsor you, yes. This has been going on forever. And they didn't use the word sponsor back in the 80s, but that's what they use real slick right now. I have a sponsor. I have 2 sponsors. I have 3 sponsors. Oh, the sponsor gave you a Corvette with no money in bodybuilding, basically. What are you giving him back to get all of this? It's not like, oh, I'm a boxer and I know I'm a top boxer. My next fight, I'm going to be making $10 million. So you sponsor me in my training for $2 million, and I'll hit you back with that with a little more, and now I'm on my own. What money are you making to have that sponsor?
People will do anything. Yeah, some people do it. People like that, I try to stay away from, because I figure if you are so hell-bent on achieving XYZ at any cost, that means you'll sell me out. So I don't even want to be around you.
Exactly. So they were coming at me. Like in the photo there, where you see I'm 19 years old. I was 19 years old, and they're like, oh.
Always some old white man trying to
always some old white man. I'm telling you.
Hell away from me.
Yeah. Hey, buddy. And they will actually go and get
gym
buddy,
memberships. I'm going to talk to you. I'm trying to pick up women. What I want to talk to you for?
And the women are looking, I'm not saying all they go to gyms and stuff like that, but that has become the nightclub replacement for people who want to live a little healthier and have a better shot.
That's true.
Because you can show your body, you're approachable. It's just a place you can work out. And you have the old guys that come in there just to go and stand around and lift a little dumbbell and get to talk to people. You know, they follow you into the locker room. They follow you in
all
open
around,
showers and stuff like that. And you got to straighten them dudes out.
Well, some of them, they follow you because they want tips. You know, I get a lot of that, but I don't mind that. But the ones that want to follow you around because they're homosexuals, I don't have anything against homosexuals, but I don't like I don't like men. I like women.
That's
So,
right.
you know, I'm not interested in that. So it's always a turnoff. But I've been, you know, I'm sure you've been stalked. I've been stalked by, you know,
Oh yeah.
guys in cars and stuff, and
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
certain things you can't even wear. You can't wear shorts and all this other stuff.
Let me tell
You
you,
know, but
there's this old white man who followed me from. I was training in this gym called Natural Physique. That I had a bunch of free memberships all over the city, but it was Zen's Gym and Natural Physique. And Natural Physique, oh God, I can tell you so many things that you already know about that from certain celebrities who came over there. But this day in Manhattan, I decided I got a good workout early. And I used to hang out with my friends, and if I was there and they weren't there, I would hang out with myself. I was that kind of guy. I can hang out. I can walk all over the city, chill, go buy music on the CDs or whatever, go look at the magazine bookstores and spend all day. So I took a slow walk, got a smoothie, and I had this, what I had on was kind of revealing, not flesh, but just it was tight. And I wasn't really a guy who was into that, but what I had in the locker to put on, I didn't realize was funky, so I couldn't put it on. So I left on what I had on, and I took a slow walk up Union Square, 14th Street, up Broadway, you know, 23rd, 34th, 42nd Street, whatever. But from down around Union Square, I noticed this old white man. I kept seeing him nearby. He's behind me, across the street, and he's acting like he's not following me. But by the time now, and he would disappear.
Right.
By the time we got to like 86th Street, and I'm like, I'm gonna walk up to Harlem. And I was up by 86th Street, I'll never forget it. And I saw this dude. Now, you know, mind you, I look very intimidating. And in my mind, being so young, I was Superman. I wasn't walking around cocky.
me too.
But that most men don't know that kind of inner
You
confidence.
literally are Superman. You feel like Superman. You got you know how strong you are.
Yeah, exactly. So this guy wasn't no threat. So he said, "Excuse me, sir." I said, "Let me see what this old." He didn't look like he didn't act effeminate. He said, "Oh, you might have seen me. I didn't know how this old dude, you walk all the way from down below 14th Street to 86th Street. Come on, man." And I was zigzagging, going in stores, so you stopped too. But I'm like, okay, let me hear what this guy's saying. And I wasn't picking up no men. I'm just saying, like, it was like, okay, what are you coming with? He says, I'm a photographer. I want to know if you need any amateur shots or whatever. So I took his card, and that was it. That's all he wanted to do was get near you and say something. He probably wouldn't beat off somewhere. So
he could have asked you that a long time ago.
Say it again.
He could have asked you that a long time ago.
Exactly.
He could have called out or something.
You get the curious people who want to look at you, because see, then it wasn't, it wasn't as common then. When you see somebody who's really into it, where they cut up from head to toe, and the body look like a polished piece of furniture, that stopped. It used to stop traffic back in the day. Look at that guy, women and all that stuff. But
that's true.
It's not making no money. And the top guy, I mean, top Mr. Olympia, top this or top that,
You're not making the big money.
But even still, the training costs, it's not. You're not breaking into anything unless you have your own business, your own company line of supplements, and you're doing some type of training and utilizing. You know who makes the money?
I think Sean Ray made some money.
Oh yeah, because he was smart to parlay what he knew. Anything you do when you have the popularity, solid popularity, not stupid popularity, but solid, you can turn that over and bring that over into other platforms. And Dr. Kang, I have to say, he taught me a whole lot about business and what to do, and especially in the future with the platform here we have in YouTube. Instead of, I have a YouTube channel. That's not going to last forever. You got to take that somewhere else. So the mentality, Sean Ray did that. And that's why he's set for life now. You can take anything. Right. Yeah. Exactly. And it's not just the money grab. It's just that when you sincerely do what you do and you're good with what you do and you supply what it is and you're a proven product, you don't have to say, "Oh, come here," or go. You do what you do and you give a lot. You give your all, and you will, but you have to be willing to give your all. And most people don't. Most people want to get rich quick thing, or get popular quick, or let me do this and take steroids and get there quick. No, you have to have dedication, to full commitment. If you're the real thing, people will want to hear from the real thing, because they want to do it too, and they want real inspiration, not this,
I was looking at the comments here. Sylvia Williams told me to take a cold compress to the throat. It's also helpful. Honey and lemon. Well, Sylvia, thank you very much for telling me that. because one of my favorite drinks is lemonade with honey. That's one of the best drinks you can ever have. So I take I use the lemons to cut the honey, because the honey is real thick. Honey is not soluble in water. So you cut the honey with the lemon, and then you mix it all together, and that's one of the best drinks. And you get some ginger. I call it ginger beer. And that'll knock out any type of cold.
Yeah,
man, it's delicious.
I tell you, like today, I had Mrs. SCURV makes all these different concoctions. She'll go out in the yard and blend up something, or just hand me beet juice, or hand me this kind of juice, like crushed up and whatever, ginger and this stuff that's bitter. But then that's the way I was raised. That's what my father would always do. I would have these big tin army things, and he would fill it up in the morning, night, bitter stuff, some Jamaican this and whatever. I didn't know what it was. And, different types of tonics and stuff like that. And I thank him for that. And I thank my mother for that. These things we should be able to take the natural versions and just take it anyway, not wait for anything to go wrong. Just have it, purchase something if you know that it's good stuff, or do it yourself. And, when certain things get settled down, because we're doing so much right now behind the scenes, we will come out with certain videos from the raw and showing it and taking the time with it and researching it and showing it and doing it in a very unique way. Because we have a lot of fresh new starts coming very soon, and I'm very excited about this time that we're in. And isn't it something? As much fear as they try to put in us and install in us, this is I'm feeling really good about this time period because of what I put in and what we put in collectively. So you don't let the external determine what's going to come from the inside. I'm going to make more progress in the next 5 years than I ever did with everything. When I write the books and do the artwork and all that stuff, we're still maintaining this and having a wider perspective. So let's try to always, and this goes for anybody, and then we'll wrap it up with this, and I'll let you have the floor finally. But, project on what you're going to do. You see, it's like a boxing match. The opponent wants to come and hit you, hurt you, knock you out. Okay, drink that down, accept it, and let's decide what we're going to do. What are you going to do? You got the day. You have obstacles that come your way. They will be there. The opponents will be there. Some days you get arrested and say, everything. Sometimes you feel down, a little drained. But every single day, what are you bringing to make your day and make your life better, no matter what the obstacle? And there will be unexpected obstacles that are coming up. And you can't be easily discouraged. I'm claiming that. And that's what I do every single day. I do not make my feet, unless I got to go pee real bad. I come right back and restart. I lay in the bed, and before my feet touch the ground for my day, I know what it is that I intend to do. I have a plan A, B, and C to get there if something else pops up, and I make it happen. And so this is how because year after year, month after month, week after week, day after day, each day is important because that builds the weeks up, that builds the months and the years and the decades. And even when other people can't see it, you better see it. You better know what you're doing. And I'm coming to knock out the world. I don't mean people or being aggressive that way, but I am not going to be stopped from doing what it is that I have to do. And that's what keeps me young. That's what keeps me young. My spirit, I'm like a kid. I got the enthusiasm of a kid that graduated out of high school and ready to attack the world.
Yes, absolutely. Well, you got the same type of spirit I got, bro. That's why we connected.
That's right.
That's why we connected. I think one person said here, what did she say? I was gonna she said, Sharon, thank you for that comment. Sharon Sawyer. She said something about Wunjugu, I think. Wunjugu. What was her name? Wunjugu. She had an interesting name. And I saw it because that name, you see a name like that, it just stands out. Wunjugu. Auntie Wanjugu. That's an interesting name. I wonder what type of name that is. Has to be African. Brother Zamal Tamari, I like the fact that you know everything. I don't know everything. I just hung around people that are more knowledgeable than me. And I always hung around older people. And I always hung around just intelligent people.
Exactly.
And you hang around intelligent people, then it'll rub off on you. just very curious too.
Exactly.
And I like to study a lot of different things, and I like to learn from everyone.
Exactly.
Because no one has a monopoly on information, and you should be able to learn from the high or the low, from a child, or even from animals, or even from a bum on the street.
That's right.
Because I never think that I have so much knowledge that I can't learn from someone else, even if I don't like that person.
Yeah,
Even
you
that
can still
person is-
learn. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, there's always something you can learn from everyone. So I just keep that in perspective, and I know that every day is a learning adventure for me because I love to learn, and I'm a lifelong student.
That's right. Always available and ready to learn. That's right.
Mm-hmm. That's it. And I got a lot more for you, though. I got a lot. This is gonna blow you. When I'm done with you guys will not be the same. You will not be the same.
We fully
I
look
promise
forward
you
to
that.
it. That's right.
I promise you that. But I appreciate everybody on the platform. I appreciate you guys listening.
Yes.
And hope to talk to you guys another time.
Most
Real
definitely.
soon.
Yes, brother. All right. So you have a wonderful.
You too, bro.
Yeah. I'm gonna get some sleep. I got a lot of editing to do. And Jay Edwards, thank you so much for the love and support. And that's what keeps the platform going. But like I said, it's just always something. There's always a next level. There's always that next level that you can achieve and get to from wherever you are. And sometimes when you fall so low, don't feel so bad because you have no choice but to go up. And you'll be learning coming down and learning and going up, and you'll learn what not to do to fall down again. Like I've learned, because I've fallen down many times. I've been in some embarrassing situations and some almost, but I had so many close calls from dumb decisions. You understand that? That's just the way it is. You know, it's just the way it is.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you, brother, and
Yes.
thanks for letting me get up tonight. And I appreciate the platform and everybody else, and their energy is amazing, man.
All right, my brother. Thank you so much.
All right, my brother.
All right.
Well, you have a good night.
You
and
too.
Stay safe. All right.
Have a good night.
Okay.
brother.
Take care.
All right.
All right.
Everybody's in fear, though.
That's what I'm saying. So it's strictly a place of fear that we're operating from. And the fact is that we're not gonna get out of that place. And even sometimes when I speak, and some people will look at me and say, "Man, you gotta be careful of what you say." And I tell people, please do not tell me to be careful in what I have to say. I am not afraid to speak. I am not afraid because, look, I am here to do work. The fact is that when I go to my job, I don't just stand there and look at my job and hoping that it get done in some other way. So the job that I'm here to do, I am doing. I don't want anybody to sit and say, "Oh man, I'm worried about this." Don't worry about me. I don't want people to go around and worry when is white supremacy going to get him. These are the things that they want you to think. These are the places that they want to put you in.
Paralyzes.
You see what I'm saying is, that's why we don't do nothing. We see our sisters being beaten down in the street as strong black men, and we stand here and we look, and all we can do is take up our phone and videotape it. And what happened after that? You see what I'm saying? We see these things, and yet we are paralyzed by them. But the fact is that here's where the danger comes in. The danger comes in because I will look at you, okay? I'll give you a scenario. Here's a white guy over here. He's got a lot of food, even food that he's just wasting. And you have a gun, but you ain't going over there to rob him. But here is it that me or you who live right next to him, who hardly can find enough to eat and feed the family, that's who he's coming to kill. So what does that say to you now? You see, this is so much self-hate. It is so much self-hate that is within you or me that is going to destroy the other person who look like you or me. And the food, all the food is over there. But you won't cross that line to go and get the food that you need. You're gonna cross the line to take away what this other person hardly even have. Because you hate yourself so much that you figure if you destroy yourself, then it's good for I don't have to worry about this God that's living over there, because the God ain't gonna give me no food, and if you don't volunteer to give me no food, I'm not gonna go over there to take it. That's what I'm saying. So that's the place that we live. That's the place that we live. And so we have to stop feeding into this narrative where we are living in such fear that when a brother starts to speak truth to power, we're ready to say, oh man, hush, hush, hush. I don't want the prisoner to come in and get you next or to get me. So be quiet, see, just don't say anything. Be careful what you say. And that's where we live. That's a very dangerous place to live. It is. But the fact is that we can't see that because we're so caught up. We're so caught up and we are hoping that we just wake up one day and everything magically change. And that is the thing where all of our people, a great deal of our people, is waiting for this magical person to come out of the sky and fix everything for them. That's what I'm saying. It is no magical person that is going to fix it for you. When you have a problem in your house, you must be the one to fix it. You see, what I'm saying is I'm dealing from a place of logic. I'm not dealing from a place of imagination. Because a lot of us, we're dealing from a place of imagination. And that's where the problem comes in.
Why are we called Negroes? Why are we deaf, dumb, and blind? Why is everybody making progress, yet we seem to be lagging so far behind? Why are we mistreated? Why are we in this condition, stripped of our name, our language, our culture, our God, and our religion? Here in America, all of our religious training has been gotten by the preacher. He has told us of a heaven way up in the sky that we can't enjoy now, but rather after we die. But all of the years that we're living, for us there's nothing but hell, pain, torture, and misgiving. Yet the Bible speaks of a heaven filled with material luxury, which the white man and the preacher has right here, so we see. So my friend, take it for what it's worth. Your heaven and your hell is right here on this earth. So let's check back into history, which rewards all research and tells us plainly that before the white man gained entry to the East, he was living in the caves of Europe, a ravenous beast, eating juniper roots and eating flesh raw, till God sent Moses to civilize him and teach him the law. Then following Marco Polo, an explorer, he gained entry into Asia and Africa. From China, he took silk and gunpowder. From India, he took jute, manganese, and rubber. He raped Africa of her diamonds and her gold. From the Mideast, he took barrels of oil untold, raping, robbing, and murdering everything in his path. The whole black world has tasted of the white man's wrath. So, my friend, it's not hard to tell. A white man's heaven is a black man's hell. to America, we were living in the east. By the Nile River, we were living in luxury, enjoying freedom, justice, and equality. We wore silken robes and slippers of gold. We were the wealthiest and the wisest people, I'm told. Now we are the poorest of the poor. Nobody wants us at their door. So, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. When the white man came to America, he told the Indian, I am your white brother. He said, red man, I'll treat you the best. Yet and still he pushed the Indian further west with his white woman and firewater. Tricks and lies, he stole America. The original owner of this nation is cooped up on a reservation. So my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven, black man hell. He needed someone to work the land. His back was too weak. He needed you, black man, so he commissioned Sir John Hawkins to commit the world's most grievous sin, to take a man who's born to be free and bring him down to slavery, to sell a man as merchandise, on his body put a price. Oh, my friend, it's easy to tell. White man heaven is a black man hell.